Hello everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's Azure Full Course. Azure is a leading cloud platform used by businesses worldwide to manage, deploy, and scale applications and services. This course will equip you with the skills needed to become a proficient Azure professional. Azure provides a comprehensive suite of cloud services, including computing, analytics, storage, and networking. It supports a wide range of applications from simple websites to complex enterprise solutions. Azure's flexibility, scalability, and security makes it an essential tool for businesses aiming to optimize their operations and innovate rapidly. In 2024, the demand for Azure professionals is on the rise. As more companies transition to cloud computing, Azure's market share continues to grow. Organizations seek skilled Azure experts to design, deploy, and manage cloud solutions. Mastering Azure opens up numerous job opportunities in the ever-evolving tech landscape.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
Also, if you're interested, you can also check out Simplilearn's Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate certification. This training offers everything you need to boost your skills and credibility. Dive into engaging learning modules, hands-on labs, and expert-led sessions that make mastering Azure a breeze. In this course, you'll learn to manage Azure subscriptions, secure identities, administer infrastructure, configure virtual networking, connect Azure and on-premises sites, manage network traffic, implement storage solutions, create and scale virtual machines, etc. You can find the course link in the description box and pinned comments.
So this exam is from Microsoft, and AZ-104 is the code of that exam. Now, as you can see, this is AZ-104, which is the first step, which is a certification, which is nothing but the first step to the world of Azure. All right. Now, all right. So what is that link? That link is nothing but the study guide for you. It's a learning path from Microsoft itself. All right. Now, what do we have in this learning path? This learning path is designed to make sure people who are who wants to become Azure Administrator Associate, they can follow this learn path. All right. Now, every one of you, I would encourage you to follow this learn path. Whatever session I will be delivering will be based on this path only. All right. So as you can see, we have those who are very new to this session, to the world of Azure. You can go with the prerequisite for Azure Administrator. Now, every course, doesn't matter which course you're taking part, every course has its own prerequisites. So if you don't know anything, you can go for this prerequisite. All right. If you are an experienced professional, if you have if you're already working in IT, you're working in VMware or Windows or Linux, you can skip the first learn path, right? You can directly start with the second one. Okay, so if you click on it, every learning path has some kind of modules. So that's what we will be following. This is the learning path that we will be following. Okay, now what happens with this? If you're following this learn path, make sure you are logged in. So Microsoft keep track of your journey. Okay, so you can log in here before starting any of this learn path. Now, why I'm asking you to log in? Because you'll get some badges. So for example, if I log in now, and if I complete anything, I have already logged in. Let me just show you. Let me open here. Right. If I go to that particular link, so you see, once you log in, it keeps track how many modules you have been completed. Let me just ensure that I have logged in. Okay, so you see the first one is completed. So Microsoft keeps tracks of your work. So once you complete this particular path, it will show completed. If you have completed 20%, it will show only that number of modules have been completed and all those things. As you can see, the fourth one, I have only completed 97%. So that's why signing is important. So you can use your Microsoft account. If you don't have one, you can create one. All right, now what we will be covering. So I'll be following this link. So if you see, if I scroll down, what is required? Okay, so what is expected from the audience what is expected from the people who are joining AZ 104. So this is what is you should already be knowing. Okay. Apart from that, if I just simply type AZ 104 in the browser, okay, now this is the certification page, right? So if you see what skills will be measured when you go for the exam, as you can see, what you should already be knowing as a candidate for this certification, you should have some information related to network, storage, compute, all those things. And you should be familiar with OS, networking concepts, servers, virtualization. In addition, you should have this info. If you do not have, do not worry. We'll start from basics. All right. And what skills will be measured? So if you see Azure identities and governance, manage storage, deploy and manage Azure compute resources. So these are the 5 actual sections that we will be covering. If you scroll down, you should see that this is what they have mentioned over here: identities, virtual network, storage, Azure compute resources, and monitoring and backup, which should be our last topic. All right. So this is what we are going to cover in our AZ 104 syllabus. All right. Apart from that, you can take some practice test. You can also launch the sandbox of exam just to get an idea how the exam will look like. This is about the global exam. All right. It will not give you any questions, but it will just give you the sandbox, the feel how your exam screen will look like. All right. And Microsoft has given you some prep videos as well. So before going for the exam, make sure you watch this. It's not mandatory, but if you want to have some more knowledge, you can just simply watch it. All right. And how many minutes we will be having, and then the policy of the exam. Now, these days you can also take exam from the comfort of your home. You don't need to visit any Pearson VUE center or any other center. You can simply schedule the exam and you can uh, do the exam from your home. All right. And then just the languages in which this exams is available. So mostly I believe people here are English speaking. So you might be going for the English exam, right? And from here you can schedule the exam. So if once you get a voucher, I'm not sure if that is included in your fee. All right, you can get that detail from your uh from the person who helped you to get that admission over here. All right. So you can schedule the exam from here. Once you click on schedule, it will take you to the Pearson VUE page. You just need to provide few details. And once you have entered those details, you just need to accept the NDA. And once that is done, your exam will be scheduled. All right. And once the exam is scheduled, the certification will be valid for 2 years. Sorry, 1 year. All right. Initially, it's used to have 2 years, but since 2022, 2021, Microsoft changed it to be valid for 1 year. But you do not need to pay for the renewal. The renewal is free of cost if you do it within 6 months. So what happens when you go for the exam? Once I complete 6 months from the date of exam, Microsoft will drop me an email, right? So around 6 December or January, I should receive an email from Microsoft that my certification now can be renewed. So within 6 months, you have to renew your certification. And that renewal is free of cost. You don't need to sit for the exam. You can simply renew from your profile itself, right? And it's an open book. So uh, it's just done to make sure that you understand whatever new thing Microsoft have added or whatever uh, new topics Microsoft have added. It will test you on those new topics, right? And obviously it will test your knowledge on existing topics as well. So around 25-26 questions will be there when it comes for renewal. You need to renew it within 6 months. All right. If you are not able to renew it within 6 months, then I need to retake the exam. Okay. So that's what you need to make sure that you're giving the exam within the 6 months so that it will be again renewed for 1 year. All right. So that's what the renewal policy is as of now. It may change in future, but as of now, that's the renewal policy. All right, then these are some extra resources that Microsoft have provided you, like study guide. So study guide will give you some detailed requirement. For example, what is required. So if you scroll down, this is nothing but the study guide. So if I scroll down again, what I should be knowing, and at particular on a particular section, how many percentage of questions is expected. So for example, from the first section, it's expected to be around 20 to 25%. And the passing is around 70% for Microsoft exam. So if the total number of marks will be 1,000, you need to get 700 marks in order to pass, right? And then the sections are divided into subtopics, like what you should know before setting for the exam. You should know how to create a user, how to create groups, how to manage a user or group, how to manage licenses, how to manage guest users. This topics, all these topics we will be covering, right? So as you can go through all this, so you should be knowing all these things, all right, before setting for the exams. Okay, so this is about the exam. Now, what are the prerequisites? So Azure Fundamental is the prerequisite, but not mandatory. So Azure Fundamental is nothing but the AZ 900 certification. This is nothing but the entry level certification to Azure Cloud. Right now, every track in Azure has a fundamental certificate. So does the Azure administrator path. Right now, if you are from database background, if you are from any other background, every topic in Azure, every track in Azure has a fundamental certification. So here somewhere we should see that. So if I just scroll up or scroll down somewhere here, we should see certification poster. You see certification poster over here. So this will uh, give you a PDF file which you can download, and you can see which track you want to follow. So if you are interested in infrastructure, so which is the first certification which gives me the entry to this particular track. So AZ 900 is the first certification, right? It's not mandatory that you should have this certification before going for AZ 104, but if you want, just for example, someone is coming from Google Cloud, someone is coming from AWS, they just want to know what are the equivalent services we have in Azure. So they can just simply go for AZ 900 and they can understand that thing, right? If you're interested in data or AI, so these are the entry level certification. Now, after getting the entry level certification, what are the next certificates available? So that you can see under the role based technical skills, role based certification. So first one we have is AZ 104, then 305, and then specialist certification. So if you're coming from the network background, this is what the certification is. If you're from the server background, this is what the certification is. If you just go right hand side, you can see there are developer related courses as well. There is DevOps related certificates as well. All right. And if you go extreme right, there will be some security related certificates as well. So this is nothing but a PDF where Microsoft has all the uh, whatever Microsoft is dealing with, whatever product Microsoft is creating. So they have certifications related to that particular track. All right. So that's about Azure Fundamental. Now let's start with the actual topic. So what is Azure? All right. So what is cloud computing? So let's understand in a simple example what cloud computing is. So if I just want to explain cloud computing in very simple term, I can say that cloud computing is nothing but keeping your data in someone else's computer. Now, this is the basic definition that you'll find over the internet, right? If you keep your data in someone else's computer, that is nothing but cloud computing, right? In other words, delivery of IT services, over the internet, that is nothing but the cloud computing. Okay, so everybody is using cloud computing. The cloud is not new. Okay, if you say the infrastructure services which got famous recently, but cloud is here from more than 2 decades now. Google Drive is an example of cloud computing. So what are we getting when we use this particular service? Google Drive is nothing but it's giving the storage as a service, right? I can keep anything I want until certain limit. After that, if I want to use, I need to pay. Same goes for Microsoft product, OneDrive. Same goes for Apple product, iCloud, right? So there are many. If you remember, the first one to do this was Dropbox, and then everybody else followed, right? So these are nothing but the storage as a service. So we are keeping our data, and where are we keeping our data? In Google's data center, in Microsoft's data center, in Apple's data center, or in Dropbox data center, wherever Dropbox is hosting. All right. Apart from that, there are many services available in the market which helps us to store our files over there. Now, what are we responsible for when it comes to Google Drive? Let's say I'm using Google Drive to keep some file, to share some file. What is my responsibility? So I'm using Google Drive as a user, right? So what will be my responsibility? My responsibility will be only the files, the behind the scenes storage and the servers and all those things. Whose responsibility is that? The service provider's responsibility, right? Am I responsible? Let's say the hard drive where my file is stored behind the scenes goes corrupt or goes crashed, that is not my responsibility as a user, right? It's Google's responsibility. They will make sure that they have your data, right? Obviously it's free of cost, so you won't get any SLA or anything, but when it comes to cloud computing, you'll have some kind of SLA. So what is cloud computing? Is nothing but delivery of IT services over the internet. Okay, so that is what here we have mentioned. Cloud computing is nothing but the on-demand delivery of IT resources over the internet. Now, what do you mean by on-demand delivery? How many of you are using Ola Uber? So Ola Uber is nothing but car as a service, right? So whenever we have the demand, at that time we book a car, we use that car, right? And once the demand is over, we just release that car. So that is nothing but the car as a service. Similarly, when it comes to cloud computing, what we get, what are the IT resources? IT resources are nothing but servers, databases, network, networking components, right? So all this thing I can get whenever I need, right? So if let's say I get an idea and I want to create an application, I want to develop an application. Now, what is an application, guys? Application is nothing but, right? So you just need to do some kind of coding. If you have an idea and you want to convert that into business, you need an presence over the internet. You need presence over. You need to reach out to today's generation. So everything we are doing using an application, right? So what is that application? That application is nothing but a code behind the scenes. So where do we write that code? We write that code in a file. You'll be having a file. You'll be having, if you're using .NET or you're using Python, most of you might be familiar with Python, or you're using Java, right? So these are nothing but the languages using which we can create an app, right? So that is nothing but a code, and code is written over a file. So in order to host that application, I will be requiring servers. I'll be requiring databases. In order to make sure communication is possible, I'll be needing the network. Right? So all those things will be required. Okay, so how from where we can get it? So we can get that on demand. So if you get an idea today, in within a month, if your application is ready, you need to host that application somewhere. So in order to host that application on servers, I need those servers. All right, so those servers I can get from any cloud provider, and I can keep my code over there. Okay, and how much I'll be paying? I'll be paying, if I'm using one server, I'll be paying accordingly. If I'm using two servers, I'll be paying accordingly. So cloud computing is nothing but delivery of IT resources like servers, databases, network, and many more over the internet. So what I need to from the user point of view, what I need, what is my requirement? My requirement is only having a laptop with an internet connection. That's all. I don't need to create a data center and keep my server over there. Right? All the cloud providers, they have created data centers for you. They have their servers over there, and you can just ask them for the servers, network, for the databases, right? For the storage, whatever is your requirement. So if you create an application and that application requires a server and you need a server, so you can ask the service provider for that. What is your requirement? Just internet. A simple example, Ola, Uber, I have already provided. An example, Swiggy, we can take that example as well. Those who are not from India, you probably know Food Panda or Uber Eats. All right. So these are nothing but the food delivery services app. So whenever I need food, I can use these applications and I can order the food. Correct. So these are nothing but on-demand service. Whenever I need food, I'm in no mood to, let's say, cook my food. So what I can do, I can simply use these applications and order. So it's like a food as a service. Whenever you need it, you just order and you'll get it. So what as a user I need a mobile phone where I have this application. And apart from mobile phone, I need an internet connection. Thanks to Jio, we all have it now, right? Every day 2 GB, 2.5 GB, whatever your service pack, whatever your plan is, right? So you just need an internet connection and you can order. Similarly, for IT resources, if you are in need of IT resources, you just need an internet connection with your laptop and you can how the number of servers you want. All right. So what is cloud computing in simple terms? Nothing but an delivery of IT services or IT resources over the internet. What are IT resources? Nothing but servers, databases, storage, network. All right. As you can see, all this thing you can get. You can create your mobile application. You can create your desktop applications as well. You can create web applications as well. You can create your databases as well. You can make use of hybrid cloud. All the clouds are these days supports hybrid cloud. So you can connect two clouds together as well. For example, you have some of your resources in AWS, some of your resources in Azure, and you want them to communicate with each other. You can do that. All right. So different types of cloud we have: public, private, hybrid. So what is the difference? Public cloud is like anyone can use that service and can create their own server. Private cloud is private to a particular organization. So for example, my organization is, let's say, making use of private cloud. So only I can create resources in that private cloud. I mean, my organization can only create the resources in that private cloud. Public cloud is available to everyone. Hybrid cloud is like you're making use of private cloud as well as public cloud, or you're making use of two different clouds. All right. You can get servers from cloud computing. Okay. Another example I can give you is electricity. So what is electricity, guys? How do we get electricity? So there are some providers. If you're from Mumbai, you might know we have Tata Power. All right. So Tata Power provides us the electricity, and how much do we have to pay? Depends on your consumption. So if you consume so and so units, you'll have to pay. So today, if I'm getting my bill, if this is my billing cycle, if today I'm getting, let's say, 2,000 rupees because I have consumed that much of unit. Tomorrow, if I consume less, I might receive 1,000 or 1,500 only. So similarly, when it comes to cloud computing, how much you'll be paying, so that depends on your consumption. So if you consume more, you'll pay more, you'll end up paying. If you consume less, you'll pay less. All right. So that's what cloud computing is. Okay. Now what is Azure? So Azure is nothing but the cloud provider, Microsoft cloud provider. So you have understood what cloud computing is. All right. You have understood what if I take an example, you have understood what electricity is. All right. Now, how many providers do we have when it comes to electricity? You have Tata Power. All right. You have Reliance. Reliance is, I don't think so, providing electricity as of now. All right. Apart from that, you have Adani. Right. So there are different providers available in the market. So similarly, when it comes to cloud computing, Microsoft Azure is the cloud provider. Okay. So as you see over here, Azure is nothing but the cloud platform, and Microsoft is the company who is providing you that cloud platform. Okay. So Microsoft Azure is one of the top cloud providers. Who's another? You have GCP, Google Cloud. So Google Cloud Platform is nothing but the cloud platform coming from Google. We have AWS. AWS is nothing but the cloud platform coming from Amazon. You have Oracle Cloud as well. Apart from that, there are many other providers as well. Right, like uh, in China, it's popular Alibaba Cloud. All right, IBM is there, NTT is there. So there are many cloud providers, but these are the most popular one: Microsoft Azure, AWS, GCP. Okay, Oracle will take. I mean, that will also come in future. As of now, AWS, Azure are the top cloud providers available in the market, but people are using GCP as well. Depends what is beneficial for your company, how good deals they are getting with which provider they get good deals with. So they'll mostly use that particular cloud provider, right? Now, why should we be moving to cloud? Now, before cloud, what was if before cloud, what was there? Cloud become famous if I say it become famous around 2015, 2016, somewhere around 2015, 16, right? Since then, people started migrating or moving to cloud. Okay. Before that also cloud was there, but it was not that much famous. People were using it, but not that much. All right. So before cloud, what was there? So if you have an idea, you create an application. Now, in order to make sure people can use that application, I need to host that application. All right. And in order to host that application, you require a server. So what is server? Server is nothing but you can consider you might be using your laptop, right? So similarly, this laptop is for commercial purpose. So you can use this is for your home purpose. So for entertainment, for your office work, for running Excels and all those, you have a desktop or a laptop at your home, right? If you want to host an application, you'll require similar kind of a computer, but instead of having 8 GB RAM or what i7 CPU, it will have more compute power. So instead of 8 GB, it will have around TBs of RAM. Similarly, storage will also be high. The hard disk drive will also be high. The CPU will also be high. All right. So if you want to host an application, you will be hosting that application in server, not on your laptop. All right. So that server is required in order to host an application. So before cloud, we used to buy this server that will cost you around in Indian rupees around 1 lakh something. All right. And then apart from just buying this server, you need to have an operating system as well. So what is an operating system? Operating system is nothing but a way to interact with the hardware of your server. It gives you the uh, uh, interface to interact with whatever we have in the server. All right. So you might be using your Windows operating system in your laptop. Similarly, for server, we will be requiring server operating system. It can be Linux, can be Windows. All right. So Linux is famous when it comes to server operating system. Also, we have server operating system from Microsoft, which is known as Windows Server. All right. So you need that kind of operating system. So for this, you'll have to pay another license cost. The license cost will be there. So first of all, you need to buy the hardware server that will be around this much, and then you need to buy a license for your operating system if you decide to use Windows. All right. If you go with Linux, then different distributions are there. If you go for Red Hat, you'll have to pay for the support. All right. Apart from that, if you want to use any open source, you can use it for free, of course. So you can save there for license cost, but you still need to pay for the hardware server. All right. So before cloud, we used to buy this. We used to buy the Windows operating system, Windows or Linux, whatever we want. We need to deploy that. And on top of it, you need to deploy your runtime. Right. So what is runtime? Runtime is nothing but on which language you're writing your application. You're writing it on Java. So you need to have Java runtime engine installed over here. If you're writing it on Python, Python runtime should be there. Linux operating system should be there. All right. If you're writing this on .NET, then .NET runtime should be there. So it depends on you on which language you're writing this application. So that framework you need to install over here. All right. Apart from that, if I want people to to use my application, what is required? How do you access Google? How do you access Google Drive or Google? So we need to go to this www.google.com. This is nothing but the domain name. So you need to buy this as well, right? How do we buy this? This is, you can buy this from GoDaddy. You might be seeing ads in TV and television, right? So this is nothing but the domain name. So you need to buy this domain name from any registrar. So GoDaddy is one of the registrar, right? And behind the scenes, what happens, every server, every computing device has an IP address, right? So this server will also require an IP address. So that IP address, for that IP address also we used to pay to the service provider. You might be having internet service provider, you're getting internet connectivity from your internet service provider. If you want people to reach out to your server, you need a public IP, and if you need a public IP, we have to buy that from the internet service provider. Okay. So here first of all, I need the hardware server, then I need the operating system, then I need the runtime, and then I need the public IP, and I also need a domain. And once you have all these things, then people can use your application. All right. Now once you have all this thing, then people can use your application and can, whatever your solution is, they can use your solution. So if your solution is like Swiggy, where you are making a food delivery app, so once you have all this thing, then only people will be able to use it. Okay. Now where I'll keep this server? We have a server, we have bought all this thing, but where should we keep this server? If you keep it your home, you need that amount of bandwidth, that amount of reliability, and all those things. So we cannot keep this at home. So where should we be keeping it? So before cloud, we used to have data centers. So you need to build up a data center. What is a data center? It's nothing but a huge room where you will be having different racks. And inside that rack, you'll be keeping your servers. All right. So first of all, imagine today, if I go and buy a huge space, how much I'll have to pay. So I just mentioned the cost of server. But if I want to keep this server, I need to have a data center first. Inside that data center, you need to make sure you have proper cooling, you have proper power supply, you have proper generator in case power supply goes down. So all these things was required, right? So how much I'll have to pay only for hosting an application? Today, if you have an idea, you just need to focus on the app development. That's all. You simply use any cloud provider. They have already created the data center for you. You ask them that I need this server. So with the server, you can also get the operating system. You can also get the domain name if you want to use the free domain name coming from them. You can also use the public IP address, which the provider will provide you. So all this thing you can get from the provider. You don't need to go to different providers. So for example, for Windows operating system, I used to go to Microsoft. For IP address, I used to go to internet service provider. For domain name, I used to go to any domain registrars. So all these complexities have been removed. Everything is available over here. You can get it from the service provider itself, from cloud service provider itself. All right. So what are the benefits we are getting? The first benefit that I just explained is cost saving. So how I'm saving cost over here? Imagine I just cleared it, but imagine the same thing. You need to buy this server, so I need to pay whatever cost for this server is. I need to pay that upfront. And tomorrow, if my app is not working, is not a hit, and just imagine I don't need this server. I've already paid this much amount, and if I don't need this server, then this amount is gone. Obviously I can sell it, but I'm not recovering all the amount, right? So here what I can do in cloud, if I don't need it, I simply decommission it, and I'll only pay for whatever servers, whatever compute resources I have consumed. So that is giving you the cost saving over here. When it comes to cloud, you don't need to pay upfront amount. I don't need to buy any hardware server. I don't need to pay that upfront cost. Okay. So today, if I'm hosting an application, and tomorrow, if I feel that I don't need it, I simply go and delete it. So I'll only pay for 1 day for the amount of time I have hosted, similar to your electricity or water bills. So the amount the more you consume, the more you'll pay. All right. Scalability. What is scalability? Scalability is nothing but increasing the number of servers. Now imagine back in before 2015, if I get an idea and I want to host that application, now whatever I mentioned earlier, you need to pay for the hardware server, you need to pay for the IP address, you need to pay for the operating system, you need to pay for the domain name. All this thing will have to pay, right? What if this server goes down for any reason? Will people able to access my application if this server is down? So your application will be down because you're hosting your application on top of your server. All right. So if you're hosting your application on top of your server, and your server is down, people will not able to reach your application. Have you guys tried using IRCTC during the Tatkal time? So because of traffic, you can sometimes you can reach, you can open, you sometimes you cannot. Right. Nowadays it's quite stable, but if you're old as me, I am using IRCTC from, if I'm not wrong, 2012 or 13 something. All right. So back in the days during Tatkal, it was very, very hard to connect to the IRCTC website. Right. So why it was very hard to connect? Because all over the India, people from all over India trying to connect to the same domain, same, and maybe behind the scenes they'll be having less number of connections, less number of servers. Right. So if IRCTC servers goes down, you won't be able to book tickets. You need to visit the railway station, and from there you need to book the ticket. So similarly, if your application is down, if your server is down, which is hosting your application, then you won't be able to reach. People won't be able to reach. Right. So in order to avoid that, what we can do, we need to buy an additional servers. So this thing, adding extra instances to your server is nothing but scalability. So why do we need scalability? In order to make sure we are not having a single point of failure, right? If you are a working professional, you might be having more than one person in your team, right? Why manager asks for more people? So that if any one person is on sick leave, other can handle the workload, right? So you have more than one person over. Similarly, you'll be having more than one servers. So if I'm paying $1,000 for one server, and if I want scalability, I need to buy a additional server. So imagine I need to pay all this thing again. Server cost, operating system cost, right? Obviously, public IP will be using only one, and domain also will be using only one. But for server and operating system, I'll still have to pay, right? So that scalability you can get over here. If you require, you simply go ahead and ask cloud provider, add an additional instance over there. So you'll have scalability. Tomorrow. If you don't need it, you just remove it, right? Security. So when we progress through our Azure journey, you'll understand how Azure is securing your data. So how Azure is securing your data? First of all, it is isolating your network with other organizations' network, right? So when it comes to Azure, you create a virtual network, and which is a private cloud in itself, right? So within a public cloud, you have your own network. So nobody will be able to access your resources unless you provide them the access. All right. And then whatever data you're keeping in Azure, all the data will be encrypted. So physically, if any person is having access to the data center, and that person takes the hard drive where your data is, he or she won't be able to read that data. Why? Because your data is in encrypted form. So in order to read that data, they need to do the decryption or unencrypt that data. All right. Deployment in minutes. So it will not take a lot time of yours in order to deploy the server. Within 5 minutes, your server will be ready. So before cloud, just imagine I need to go to any of the shop. I need to see which server is good for my application. I need to buy that server, and then I need to install that server inside the data center's rack. And once it's installed, I need to make sure networking is proper. All those things are proper, right? Here I can deploy a server within 5 minutes and host my application within an hour. If you have your code ready, you can host within 10 minutes as well. Okay, so a very quick deployment. You just need an internet connection, and You just need to connect to the cloud provider's portal. Elasticity is nothing but again scalability, but using the automatic way. All right. So when the traffic increases, I want to add additional resources. So what I can do, I can make use of auto scaling over here. That is nothing but elasticity. All right. So auto scaling means as soon as your traffic increases, automatically provider will add additional instances to your solution. Right. Once the traffic decreased, the additional solutions will be removed, so that elasticity will give me the benefit of automatic scaling and automatic descaling, right? Whenever as per the traffic, right? And agility is nothing but the way to quickly recover. Okay, so Azure provides you lot of features or lot of services which helps you to create your own DR site. So if anything goes down, you can quickly recover. So that possibility is also there. So these are the 6 benefits that you can get when it comes to Azure. First, cost saving will help you to save lot of cost for your company. Scalability, you can make use of, you can add additional servers whenever needed. All right. Security, your data is encrypted whenever you're putting your data into Azure Cloud. You can deploy your resources within few minutes. You can make use of auto scaling. All right. If you don't want to do the manual scaling, Azure provides you the way to configure auto scalings as well. Agility, you can make use of different services in Azure, and uh, you can configure high availability and disaster recovery when if you require. All right. So this is what the benefits that we get. All right. So agility is nothing but how quickly you can recover from a failure. Agility is nothing but how quickly you can recover from a failure. So how can we quickly recover if there is any failure? You will have to make sure that your application is highly available. You'll have to make sure that you have a disaster recovery. So Azure provides you different services which helps you to create your DR solutions. Okay. And why this goes? So Microsoft Azure Administrator helps your user to manage cloud services over Azure Cloud, but over Azure platform. So AZ104 will teach you how you can create your servers, how you can host your applications, how you can manage networking, how you can manage storage, and all those things, right? And as you know, Azure is having around 50-55% of market share. So after AWS, Azure is the second top cloud provider. Azure and AWS are the top 2 cloud providers. As you can see the Gartner report and all those things, and you should see Microsoft Azure as the second number over there, right? Uh, AWS started way behind, way back, right? So it was the first cloud provider, you can say the infrastructure cloud provider in the market. So that's why it is having the most market share. But if you see the Azure journey and the AWS journey, Azure has captured lot of a vast market share. All right. And maybe who knows, if Azure comes up with better services, it can beat AWS as well. But AWS and Azure is going to be top cloud providers in the market. All right. So this is what we have divided those 5 sections into these modules. So as of now, we are doing the introduction, then we'll move on to identities and governance, then we'll move on to networking, then compute, then storage, and then monitoring and backup Azure resources. That's what my plan is to cover. All right. So this is how I deliver the courses. I first talk about the identities and governance. Then I'll show you how you can create networks. Then we'll deploy some virtual machines, and all those virtual machines are nothing but the servers that we were talking about. All right. If your solution requires storage, so we'll discuss what are the different options available for storage in Azure. And then at the end, how to monitor your resources and how to take a backup of your resources. All right. So all those things we will see. Now, Pravin is asking me to talk about security in cloud. All right. So security in Azure is like whatever data you're keeping in Azure, all the data is first encrypted and then only added to the backend servers, whatever servers Azure is using to keep your data. All right. So your data is encrypted, and first of all, since I said that this is a public cloud and anyone can use it, so how your data is secure? That is the first question comes in people's mind when they want to choose a cloud computing. So how to choose the why we choose cloud, whether it's secure or not. All right. So how they make sure that your data is secure. So first of all, every customer or every consumer, every cloud consumer creates their own network. So that network is nothing but a private cloud for your company. Unless you allow someone to access your resources, by default, they'll not be able to access. So you need to allow them, right? So whenever we use any cloud computing platform, they create your own network. So this networks is an isolated cloud for your organization, for your company. Unless and until you allow someone to access, they'll not be able to access. Right? Similarly, if there is any other organization, they'll create their own network. So this is an isolated. Even though this organization one and organization two, using the same data center, they are not able to access their data unless they provide the access to each other. So that is how the first security layer is. The second security layer is whenever you're keeping your data, Azure is encrypting your data. All right. And when you access it, Azure is providing you the decrypted format. Okay. So how when I take an example of Google Drive, what happens behind the scenes? Google is having big data centers where they'll be having different servers, right? Inside that server, they're keeping your data. So if someone who has the access to the data center take the hard drive where your data is stored, they can see what type of data, what kind of data you are storing in the Google Drive, right? So how to secure this thing? Because obviously they need security personnel, they need the VMware or whatever they are using as a virtualization platform. They'll need those kind of engineers who require access to the servers. So if someone physically goes into that data center and take the hard drive where your data is stored, then he can see what kind of data you have. So that's why every cloud provider will encrypt that particular data, will encrypt the data, and then keep it on the data center. What is the meaning of encryption? Changing the data, protecting the data. So whatever you have written, that will be protected first. Right. So if you have written something ABC, so that will be encrypted. Additional data will be added over here, which is not in human readable format. All right. Additional data will be added over here. And then that data will be kept in the data center. Right. So if someone who has physical access, take the hard drive with him or her and attach that hard drive to the laptop, he or she will not be able to see that data. In order to read that data, he or she will first need to decrypt that data. All right. So your decryption keys and all, they will encrypt it and they'll provide you the decrypted format when you're trying to access your data. All right. So this is how the security is done when it comes to cloud. Now, obviously, there is layers of security. So we have some responsibility. They have some responsibility. So as we move forward, you will understand that. All right. So this is what we are going to cover in AZ 104. What are the career benefits when it comes to Azure? Now, if you go to LinkedIn and search for Azure administrator or a cloud engineer or an operations engineer or a SaaS operations engineer, you'll see people are demanding Azure, right? So people are demanding that you should know, you should at least have an AZ 104 certification. So as soon as you add AZ 104 to your resume, uh, you will get good job offers as well. All right. You can go to Indeed, you can go to LinkedIn, you can go to Monster, and you can see what are the requirements for cloud engineer, what are the salary range as of now, right? So salary totally depends on your current salary, or maybe if company is new. So if you would have started Azure AZ 104 back then in 2015 when it was new, people used to get 200%, 300% hike because it was very new. Cloud was very new back then. Now, if you see, my market is saturated, obviously, but still people are requiring AWS administrators, Azure administrators, cloud engineers, right? So you'll definitely get benefit. AZ 104 will definitely benefit your career. All right. Now, if you see the market trends, you can search for, you can see in Glassdoor how much salary you're taking. Whenever it comes to negotiating a salary, you first do a research, you see what people are getting. All right. Obviously, if you go to India market, you'll get around 30-40% hike. All right. But if you do additional certifications with Azure, for example, see in AZ 104, we'll only understand the concepts. We'll understand what are the different services available, what are the different features available. Right. But you need to contrast, or you need to get additional certifications as well. For example, how to deploy these resources, how I can automate deployment of these resources. So if you do all those things together with Azure, obviously you'll get good job offers. Okay. Now you can search LinkedIn and Indeed, and you can see how many positions are available. So as the year goes by, the requirement gets on increasing. All right. And if you see IT, the the last decade, 2010 to 2020, belongs to the cloud professionals. Right. This decade, 2021 to 2030, will belong to data and AI. All right. As you can see, every company is going behind artificial intelligence. Right. So Azure has a AI certificates as well, and AI platforms as well. So once you understand Azure, if you do AZ 104, you will be understanding Azure platform, and then you can choose your track. I'm not saying that AZ 104 will not give you a job. AZ 104 will give you the entry level jobs. All right. But as you can see, people are moving towards AI, people are moving towards data engineering, data scientist. People are moving towards that. Okay, so you need to make sure that you're doing AZ 104, you're understanding Azure. Once you understand Azure, you can take on any certificate which comes after AZ 104. Okay. The exam format I have discussed already from the exam page. So quickly, if you see, the exam name is Microsoft Azure Administrator. AZ 104 is the exam code. How many questions you'll be having depend on the question set that you get. You'll get 40 to 60 questions. That will be multiple choice questions. So you'll be having number of options. All right. You'll get 120 minutes, but you can confirm that from the Microsoft page. I think now it's 100 minutes. If I'm not wrong, you can confirm again that with Microsoft official document. All right. And the languages that are available. So I think 100% here will be going for the English language. All right. But you have that exam available in different languages as well. And what will be the passing score? It will be this. It will be 700 out of 1,000. One more thing I can share with you is that why Microsoft is asking you to go through this learn documentation, because you have access to this learn documentation when it comes to exam. Okay, so I can access this learn documentation, this AZ 104 study guide when it's coming, when I'm sitting for the exam, you'll be having an access. So once you launch your exam, somewhere here you should have the learn documentation option. All right. So for example, if there is one of the questions that I'm not familiar, that I'm confused. For example, let's say there's a question coming from this particular topic, and I'm confused whether it option A, B, C, or all of them. So I can come, I can see, I can go to this particular topic and I can read through it, and then I can select whatever answer I want to select. So that's why Microsoft is insisting you or recommending you to go through the Microsoft Learn, so that when it comes to the exam, you know which documentation to look for, instead of wasting time searching for the documentation, searching for the keyword. Okay. So limited access is given. You don't have internet access. You'll be having access to this particular documentation, and you can search for if you stuck somewhere, you can search for it. All right. So that's about the introduction, where we have covered basics of cloud computing and basics of AZ 104 as well. Somewhat the exam I have shared, portal.azure.com. So this is the platform. This is the portal, or this is the web app, you can say, where I can interact with Azure. Once you have provided, you'll be landed to this page. You can see the URL over here, portal.azure.com. So this is the home page that I have landed to. Okay. Whatever you're getting just first time, just cancel. Okay, so this is the link. Create your free account today. The first link. So you need to search like this, Azure free tier account. And this is the link that you need to click on. Okay. If I click on this link, it will land me to the Microsoft website where I can create my free tier account. Now, why do you need free tier account? Free tier account is like you can use Microsoft Azure for first 30 days, which will give you 200 Azure credit limit. 200 USD, 200 US dollars. All right. If you convert it to Indian rupees, you will get around 14,000 or 13,000 something for a month. Now, why do we have this credit? This credit is given to you so that you can test few services. For example, I create a server, I create a virtual machine. So that virtual machine will be deducted from this 200 US dollars. Whatever amount, whatever, how many days I'll be using those virtual machine, right? So that will be deducted from this through $200. If I create any other service like database or storage or whatever I'm creating, all these services, the amount that is cost will be deducted from the free tier, from the free credit limit that you have got. Okay, so you'll get US dollars 200, and that will be deducted whenever you're using. Now, what is the limit? What is the expiry for this 200 USD? 30 days. So after 30 days, let's say for example, I was only able to utilize USD. So another 100 USD is gone. So that is only valid for 30 days. After 30 days, you are not getting any credit. Okay. But the account itself is free for 12 months. So this credit is gone, but there are few services that you can use for another 1 year. So if you scroll down, you see you have 12 months of free for Azure virtual machine for Windows operating system. Same goes for Linux operating system. Same goes for SQL DBs, storage account, and then some other services. So these are always free, right? Some are restricted to 12 months. So I can only use that particular service for 12 months. After that, if I want to use, I have to pay. For 12 months, it's free. But after that, if I have to pay, if I have to use, I'll have to pay. Okay. Some are always free, so I can use lifelong those services. So this particular account that you're going to create will be free for 12 months. Some services you can use always, but obviously with free services, there are some limits. So you cannot use all the features that they have to provide. Like an example of Google Drive, what is the limit? 15 GB is limit. If I want to store more, if I want to store 30 GB of data, I need to pay to Azure, Google, right? Similarly, there are some free services, but there are some limit. If you read through, if you choose to go for the database courses, so you'll understand what Cosmos DB is and what this means. Okay, so only that particular thing, only that particular those particular services are free, not all. So if you see 1 GB storage is only free with this particular service. All right. So that's what free services are. And once the credit is over, and if you're using any services apart from this, those services will be shut down and you'll be asked to convert to pay as you go in order to use those services. Right? So if you want to create, you can click on start free over here. Now, what is the requirement when it comes to Azure free tier account? The requirement is you should have an email address which you have not used previously to avail the free services. So you need, every time if you want to create a free tier account, you need a separate email address. You cannot use the same email ID. Plus, you need your phone number. All right, if you read through, you'll understand what is required. Plus, you need a credit card details. Now, this credit card should be the credit card which you have not used. All right, now I have already utilized my free tier account, so I won't be able to create a new one. So every time you create a free tier account, you need different credit card. You cannot use same credit card for all the free tier accounts. All right. So one person, if they have one credit card, he or she can use only one free tier account, not 2 or 3 or 5. So this is not the case with AWS. In AWS, you can have a separate email address and same credit card can be used for creating a free tier account. So that's one thing that I like about AWS, right? In Azure, it's not like that. You need to have a separate email ID. You need to have a separate credit card. Right? If I don't have a separate credit card, I can avail this free service only once. Right? So I clicked on free tier account, and then you need to provide what? Your email address. Right? So your address, your email ID, which has access to the email, can receive the email. You need that kind of email address over here. And what email address that should be? That should be a Microsoft account. You can use Gmail, you can use GitHub, you can use other sign-in options, you can use all those accounts. But what behind the scenes Microsoft is doing, it is converting them to the Microsoft account. So you need to log in, and then it will just ask you few details. So I'll use my personal email ID over here. Okay, so let's use another email address. So if I use this, so this is my Gmail account, but it will be converted back to Microsoft account. Yeah. So once I do next, it will ask me, now I already utilized this email address as well. So it will ask me for the password. And once I give the password, it will ask me few details. Now what those few details will be, that will be your address, your credit card, your phone number, all those details you need to provide. So you need to provide your region, your country, your first name, middle name, last name. Some are optional, some are mandatory, right? Your phone number. Once you have provided the phone number, you can verify your phone number by texting or calling, and then you will have to provide your address. Once you do next, you see over here you need to provide your card detail as well. Once I provide all these details and click on next, I need to provide my credit card details. You see, identity verification by card. So if I utilize that card already, they'll not process the free tier account for me. So it's mandatory to have a separate card every time you want to use a free tier account. All right. So that's some limitation that I don't like about Azure. But yeah, if you want to use free tier account, you need to follow this process. Once that is done, just click on sign up and your free tier account will be ready. And in the right hand side, you can see that they will not charge automatically to your credit card, although they are asking you for the credit card details, but they will not deduct anything from your credit card. Only 1 rupee will be deducted just for verification, and that will also be credited back to your account. Okay. All right. And after 30 days, once I have done with my free tier account, they will not charge a single penny to my credit card unless I convert that account to pay as you go. All right. Got it. So that's about free tier account. If you want, you can create one. Now I cannot create since I have already utilized it. All right, now I'll go to portal.azure.com and I'll log in with my user. I'll sign out with this user and I'll log in with the user that I created for Simplilearn demos. So I'll mostly be using my own subscription for demo purposes. All right, so that's about the introduction. All right, so as you can see, I have directly been redirected to portal.azure.com. Now I'm using Simplilearn's credentials. All right, you see ODL user. ODL user is nothing but on-demand lab user. All right, so you'll see something like this in your username and password thing. All right, so coming back to the topic now. So now we will be starting with our first topic, which is administer identity. All right, guys. So let's start with the first topic, which is administer identity. I hope this is visible. So what is the first topic? The first topic we have here, if you see this particular topic, administer identity. So if I go back to Microsoft AZ-104 study guide, all right. So what topic are we covering here? We will be covering the first topic, which is nothing but manage Azure identities and governance. All right. So what I have done, we have divided this into 3 different topics. Okay. The first one, you will be just understanding the basic concepts, what identities are, what Entra ID is, and all those things. After that, I'll show you how you can create users and groups, and then how you can access Azure resources. Right. So these are the 4 subtopics inside one section. The main section name is Manage Azure Identities and Governance. So as you can see from this particular section, you'll be receiving around 20 to 25% of questions. All right. And this is an important topic. So let's see what Azure Identities and Governance is. Active Directory, or if you're from the Linux background, are you familiar with LDAP server? Okay. So what is Active Directory? What is LDAP server? Or those who are freshers, you might be familiar. I you might be familiar with any platform like Netflix, Prime, or maybe Google Drive or YouTube, right? So those who are not familiar with Active Directory and LDAP, just forget it. I'll explain what identity is. All right. So what topic are we going to cover? This is divided into two subtopic: Microsoft Entra ID and user and group account. So what we are understanding over here, the Entra ID thing. Okay. Now, in order to explain Entra ID thing, you need to know the basics things in order to understand Microsoft Entra ID. The basic thing you need to know is Active Directory or LDAP, or you should be a user of any of this platform, so that it will be easier for me to explain this concept to you. All right. So if you're not familiar with Active Directory LDAP, just forget it. You are familiar with Netflix. I know 95% people here might be having the Netflix account. All right. So what is Netflix? Netflix is a platform, streaming platform, right? And how do you use Netflix? I'm a new user. I want to watch movies or stream or watch some series on Netflix. So what is the requirement? First requirement, or forget Netflix. You just want to access any service over internet. What is the first requirement? Free service like Google Drive or YouTube. First requirement is register the credentials, create the user account, right? So we create the user account. That is the first thing that we do, right? User creation is the first thing that we do when we want to use any of this platform. So what is this user creation? User creation is nothing but user is nothing but an identity, right? Now, what is that identity? So this Entra ID that we are seeing over here is nothing but an identity and access management solution. All right. So what we do whenever we want to use any of this platform, we first create the user. So when you join a new company, what the administrators there do for you, they create your user account so that you can log into the laptop provided by the organization to you. Once my user account is there, then only I'll be able to log in, right? Once my user account is there in Netflix, then only I'll be able to log in, right? So user account creation is the first thing that is done when it comes when you join a new company or when you want to try out a new platform. So what is identity and access management? It is nothing but a solution which helps you with this kind of thing, user creation. All right. Now, after user creation, what happens? Once how do you log into Netflix? Let's say you have signed up for user. So are we only providing the username? Apart from username, you provide few details, right? And the one of the main details from those details is password, right? So when you create a user account, you first of all provide the user ID, which is nothing but your username and a password. So what is this user ID and password? This is nothing but you can say, credentials. So these are nothing but the credential. Now, why do we need this credential? To authenticate the user. Now, what is the meaning of authenticate? Authenticate is nothing but verifying whether username and passwords are correct or not. All right. So the first thing that we do when someone joins our company is user creation. In that user creation, we have few details like username, which department this user belongs to, what is the address, and all those things. Apart from that, there are two main details that we create. That is user ID and the password. User ID is nothing but user identification. Password is nothing but the secure string, you can say, which can be used, which is only known to this particular user, which is not known by everybody. Unlike Netflix, where we share our password, we do not share our credentials we do not share our credentials, our user organization credentials to anyone. So password is nothing but a secure string, which should be only known by that particular user, right? Now, in order to verify whether this user and password is correct or not, we do the process of authentication. So authentication is nothing but the way or a method of verifying whether user is the same user who he or she is claiming to be, right? So in order to do this authentication, what do we need? First of all, if I'm using an app, what Netflix is doing when I'm creating a user, so Netflix is entering my details in a database. So whatever my username is, they'll enter my username, and in a secure form, they'll enter my password as well. And once I open www.netflix.com in web browser and I enter my username and password, that gets checked first. You might have noticed if you enter a wrong password, it will throw you some error, wrong credential, wrong email ID or password entered. So if any one of that user ID or a password is wrong, am I allowed to go in? Am I allowed to log into the Netflix? No, right? They'll throw this error, wrong credentials. I need to re-enter my right credentials. Correct? So there should be a mechanism which is checking against it. There should be a database where Netflix is checking my username and password if I have entered correct or not. So this thing of managing username and password is known as directory service. And directory services are used for access management, for authentication purposes. All right. So this the thing that I mentioned over here, these are nothing but the directory services. AD is Active Directory coming from Microsoft, and LDAP is like an open source one, which mostly we use in Linux. All right, it's nothing but a protocol, but in Linux we can create an LDAP server, which is nothing but the directory services basically. All right. So, if you want to make use of identity and access, if you want to create users, if you want to provide them access to certain resources, then you need identity and access management solution. So if you are looking for identity and access management solution, then Microsoft Entra ID is the service that we have in Azure. Got it? Have you understood why in the first place we need Microsoft Entra ID? So in order to create users, create groups, manage users, modify users, you need an identity and access management solution. And Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an identity and access management solution that we have from Microsoft Azure. All right. So that's the basic concept. That's the basic that I gave you an overview of first what directory service is, what authentication is, and in Azure what service do we have to achieve that particular thing. So what topics are we going to cover? First of all, we have already understood what Microsoft Entra ID is, and then we'll understand why should we be using it. What are the benefits and features? What are the different concepts? Concepts are nothing but different terminologies involved when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. Then we compare. In previous slide, I just mentioned. Are you familiar with AD? AD is nothing but identity and access management solution on-prem. Okay. Microsoft Entra ID is counterpart over cloud. But if you want to use on-prem, then there is another service from us from Microsoft, which stands for ADDS, which is nothing but Active Directory Domain Services. So if I want to manage by myself everything, then I can make use of Active Directory Domain Services. So we'll compare that. What is the difference between both? Both the products are from Microsoft. So what is the difference between Microsoft Entra ID and Microsoft Azure, Active Directory Domain Services? And then we'll see what are the different plans and pricings available. Apart from that, we'll also see one demo today, which is nothing but self-service password reset. So I'll explain what self-service password reset is. All right. So let's start with the first topic, that is Microsoft Entra ID benefits and features. So usually this is the slide that I was using to I used all the time to make you understand the concept. So You might be having a laptop. In that laptop, what do? We create user account and a password. So when user logs into that user account and password, that laptop checks that with the directory server, if the username and password are correct or not. If the username and password are correct, then only this user will be able to log into that laptop. Same concept is with application as well, as I gave you as I just gave you an example of Netflix. So when I enter username and password on Netflix, Netflix checks that against the whatever services they are using, against that particular service, if the username and password is correct or not. If it is correct, then only it will allow me to log in. All right. So what is Entra ID? Entra ID is nothing but cloud-based identity management solution. Apart from Microsoft Entra ID, the other product that we just discussed, what is Active Directory Domain Services. In order to use Active Directory Domain Services, what are the requirements? Let me tell you. Okay. If I want to create my own directory service, I want to manage all the things. So first of all, you need a server. So when we discuss about basic cloud computing, I explained you why the server is required. The another uh, use of the server, instead of only hosting the application, the another use of server is hosting this kind of services. So inside this server, I will need to deploy an operating system. So let's say if I want to use Active Directory Domain Services, I need to install Windows operating system, Windows Server operating system. On top of it, I will be deploying Active Directory Domain Services. So this server will become the directory server. Right? Once this service is deployed, then I need to promote it to the domain controller. And once that is done, then I can go ahead and create users, groups. I can provide them the access over the files, over the servers and all those things. So what is the requirement over here in order to create the users and groups? First of all, you need to have a server. On top of it, you will be deploying Windows operating system. Then you will be installing this particular service, Active Directory Domain Services, and then you will promote it to the domain controller. So there are 4-5 steps involved. Right? This is all when you want to manage by yourself. What if I say that you don't need to do anything? You will get identity as a service. That means all this behind the scenes will be managed by the cloud provider. What you can do, you can simply go ahead and create users and groups. So which is easier? If you think from the company point of view, from the organization point of view, which will be easier for me? See, I'm let's say I'm not a technical person. So obviously, I should focus on my business and I should only focus on creating users and groups and providing them the access. Right? So if I only focus on the work that I want to do, then obviously I don't need all these things. So I can simply sign up for Azure Microsoft and Microsoft Azure account, and I have access to Microsoft Entra ID without doing anything. I just need to sign up for Microsoft Entra account, and I have the access to Microsoft Entra ID. So I don't need to do all these things. I don't need a server. I don't need to install Windows operating system on top of it. I don't need to install these services, and then I don't need to promote it to domain controller. I can simply sign up. I have access to Microsoft Entra ID. All right. And I can simply go ahead and create users and groups. All right. So what identity management solution is what I'm explaining over here. So in order to log in, what do? You provide your username and password to your laptop, and that credential that you have provided goes to one of the directory server, whatever you have. And once your username and password match, that then only that user will be able to log into the laptop. Right? So doesn't matter you want to log into any application or you want to log into any laptop or any server, there should be some kind of directory service, some kind of identity and access management solution which you are using. So your application or your laptop will check against that database whether username and password is matching or not. If username and password is matching, then only it will allow you to log in. Same concept. All right. Now, when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID. Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but the cloud-based identity management solution. You can say it's nothing but an identity as a service. ID as a service. All right. Now, in order to explain the benefit of Microsoft Entra ID, I gave an example that if you want to use Active Directory Domain Service, which is the Microsoft product for on-prem directory services. So if I want to use it, what I can do, first of all, I need a server. I need to create a server. Inside that server, I need to deploy Windows operating system. All right, in order to use ADDS, I need Windows operating system. Then I need to install Active Directory Domain Services, which is nothing but short form is ADDS. And then you promote it to the domain controls. This is the thing that you learn in Microsoft server side, AZ800 or 801. So once all these things have been created, then only I am able to create the users group. I can add user to the group, and then I can provide user access to the file server or whatever you want them to access. So this is all thing that I need to do if I want to use on-prem. But if I'm a business owner where my focus should be on generating revenues and just avoiding all this thing. But the fact is, without this thing, business will also not work, right? Because I'll be hiring people. So I need to make sure that only the right people who are my employees can access my resources. So I need some kind of identity and access management service. So I have two options now. I can create a server, I can do all this thing, and then I can start creating users and groups. Or I can simply sign up for Microsoft Entra ID. All right. All this thing behind the scenes will be managed by Azure. So we don't need to bother about all this thing. I just need to sign up for Microsoft Entra ID and I can go ahead and create users now. So all the authentications and all will be managed by Azure since it is nothing but an Azure service. It's a cloud service which we can use. How to get access to Microsoft Entra ID? You simply need to sign up for Azure account and any similar Microsoft product like Microsoft 365. So if you have signed up for those kind of product, you already have access to Microsoft Entra ID. So Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but a identity and access management service. All right. So Microsoft Entra ID, how you can define is nothing but a cloud-based identity management service. So anything which is cloud-based becomes a managed service, and managed service means whatever we need to do all this thing, we don't need to bother about it. Everything is managed by the cloud provider. We just focus on creating users, creating groups, creating whatever services they have. Different identity and access management solution will give you different features. All right. So this is what Microsoft Entra ID is. Okay. Focus on concept. Have you understood what Microsoft Entra ID is? We will go step by step, so you'll understand it better. Okay. So if you have understood what Microsoft Entra ID is, it will be easier for me to just show you a demo. Okay. So as you can see now, I just shared how to create a free tier account. All right. So let's assume that you have already created an account. If you click this option, this is nothing but the portal menu. Okay. Here I can see all the services available in Microsoft Cloud, in Microsoft Azure Cloud. So this is known as portal menu. So if I want to search any service, so as of now, we are speaking about Microsoft Entra ID. So if I want to go to Microsoft Entra ID page to manage my users and groups, you see here, you have the service listed. So I can simply click on this portal menu and see if the service is listed or not. Right? So here you can see Microsoft Entra ID is listed. If any of the service that we are talking about is not listed over here, you see we have a search bar in Azure portal where you can search for it. When I'm speaking about Entra ID, so you can simply type Entra ID. So you see Microsoft Entra ID. All right. So if I want to go to Microsoft Entra ID, I can see I can go to that. So if you have registered, if you have signed up for a free tier account, or if you have your organizational account, if you're using Microsoft 365 like Microsoft Office or Outlook or Teams, any other service from Microsoft, you already have access to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay, so this is nothing but Microsoft Entra ID, where you can see under the manage section, we have the option to manage our users, to create or delete users, whatever. Now, obviously, it depends on what kind of access you have. Okay, so if you search for Microsoft Entra ID, you'll be landed, and if you click on that, you'll be landed to that page. Now, remember one thing: Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but the new name given to Azure Active Directory. All right, so they have just rebranded it with the new name, Microsoft Entra ID. So in paper, in exams, Microsoft Azure Active Directory is now referenced as Microsoft Entra ID. But in general language, in general, in production or in organization, where sometimes you'll hear people saying Azure Active Directory, sometimes you'll hear people saying Microsoft Entra ID. So if you see anyone saying Azure Active Directory, is nothing but the same thing. Okay. First, they named it Azure Active Directory, but since the name was resembling to Active Directory domain services, people used to get confused. So Microsoft has renamed it to Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. All right. All right. So next topic, next slide. We'll understand the different concept that we have in Microsoft Entra ID. What are the different concepts? These are nothing but the terminology of Microsoft Entra ID that we need to understand. Right. So what are these terminologies? First of all, identity. So what is identity? So in Microsoft Entra ID, identity is nothing but an object that can be authenticated. Any object can be a user who can get authenticated, right? Can be an application which can get authenticated, can be your devices. Your computer has an account, all right? If you want to authenticate your computer as well, right? So identity is nothing but any object that can be authenticated, and you can authorize that particular object to provide access to any of the resources. Okay. The second terminology is account. And account is nothing but a set of credentials used to access resources. So if any identity associated with username, password, or smart card, or anything which can be authenticated. So any identity which has a data associated with it, like a username, password, like a smart card reader, like a biometric, any identity which has some kind of data associated with it, that becomes an account. All right. What is Microsoft Entra ID account? The account that you create using Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but Microsoft Entra ID account. All right. What is tenant and directory? So tenant is nothing but a dedicated instance given to an organization or an individual, whoever wants to use Microsoft Entra ID. Right. Sometimes I would refer to as Azure Active Directory, since this is the recent change, last year only. All right. So I am still used to use the term Azure Active Directory. If I'm saying Azure Active Directory, is nothing but Microsoft Entra ID. Okay. So what is tenant and directory? Tenant directory are the same thing. Sometimes you will hear people say tenant. Sometimes you'll see people say directory. So this is nothing but a dedicated instance given to you, to an individual or to an organization. Okay. Tenant directory are nothing but the same thing. So this is a dedicated instance given to me. Now, Azure is a public cloud or a private cloud? Azure is a public cloud or a private cloud? It's a public cloud, right? So many people will be using it. I will be using it. I have my account. My organization has its own account. You guys have your own account. So how Azure will distinguish all other peoples, all other organizations? How it will separate one organization from other organization? So what Azure will do, if I sign up, I have one tenant. If any organization sign up, that organization is another tenant. You are signing up, you are another tenant. Right? So tenant is a dedicated instance to an individual or an organization. Every tenant, how to distinguish? You will be having a tenant ID. So that tenant ID is nothing but way to identify one tenant or another tenant or another tenant. So what is a tenant or directory? Is nothing but a dedicated instance of, you can say, directory services to one individual or an organization, whoever is signing up. Okay, so there's nothing but multi-tenant service where people are using. Since it's a public service, anyone can come and anyone can sign up. So in order for Azure to distinguish all these tenants, they provide you the tenant, they provide you the directory ID or tenant ID, you can say. Microsoft Entra ID tenant is nothing but a dedicated instance. All right, it's a dedicated instance for one individual or an organization. Okay, I have my own. My organization, if they have signed up, they will have their own. You have signed up, you will have your own. Okay, one tenant is dedicated to one. This tenant is dedicated to one person or one organization. Now, if I use the same email ID and sign up second time, and if I'm creating another tenant, I am part of two tenants. It's like a multiverse over here. I'm part of two tenants, but this tenant, both the tenants are separated with each other. All right. One organization can have multiple tenants, but both the tenants will be separated with each other. So whatever user I'm creating over here are different users. Whatever users I'm creating over here are different users. Right. Now there are ways to make sure that these users are part of this, these users are part of this. That is a different topic altogether. All right. One company has one tenant ID, that is correct. So every customer of Azure will have their own tenant ID. Okay. So I as my use as I as an user, I logged in. Let me just give you an example. Just explain you over here. So you see, I have logged in with the on-demand lab user. You see, this is nothing but my tenant ID. Now, if I go to the users section, you see the number of users part of this tenant. So these two users belong to the same tenant, labs admin and this user. So this users belongs to the same tenant. Now, if I create thousands of user over here, all the users will have same tenant ID. All right. So all these users will be trusted by this directory service, whatever directory service I have created. Right. If I created 1,000 users over here, all the 1,000 users are part of one tenant. It's like part of one directory, part of one company. All right. But this, let's say this user signs up for a free tier account. So he will have its own tenant. Now this user is part of two different tenants and both the tenants are separated with each other. So if this user goes ahead and create another thousands of users, this 1,000 users are different, this 1,000 users are different. Okay. Real example where you have a company who wants to use Azure services. If any organization wants to use Azure services, they'll sign up for Azure services. So once they sign up, how Azure will identify this company? They'll provide it a tenant ID. So that is a tenant ID dedicated to this company. Second company who signs up for Azure services, Azure will create another tenant for them. The tenant ID, this is different, this tenant ID is different. Now, both the tenants are different tenant. They do not have access to each other's resources unless they explicitly allow it. All right. So tenant is nothing but a dedicated instance to one company, one organization, or one individual, whoever is creating the account. Okay. I can explain in a very simple format, which is helpful for everyone. Are these two different things or same things? Netflix Prime. You have account in Netflix, you have account in Prime. Right? Can I use the same account? I mean, I can log in using the same credentials. That is possible, but can I use the same user ID and same password and watch Netflix content while logging into the Prime ID? While logging into the AmazonPrime.com, I just go to Amazon Prime over here. I logged into Prime, and can I watch the whatever Netflix has its in its own collection? Can I watch that? Is it possible? No, right? So these are two different worlds. Similarly, when one company wants to use directory services, and if they are relying on Microsoft Entra ID, if they rely on Microsoft Entra ID, Netflix will create its own Azure subscription or its own Azure tenant, and this will be one tenant from Azure point of view. Netflix will get its own tenant ID like this. Same when it's come to Prime, they will sign up for Azure. Let's just assume that they're also using Microsoft Entra ID. So from Azure point of view, this is another tenant. All right. So these are two different tenants. Netflix is one company, Prime is another company. These are two different tenants. Same goes for Hotstar or whatever services we have available in the market. If they are making use of Azure and Microsoft Entra ID, then these three are three different tenants. Okay. So any account that you create using Microsoft Entra ID, that becomes Microsoft Entra ID account. Okay, so if I make use of Microsoft Entra ID, and if I create a new user, you see the new user option over here. If I create it using Microsoft Entra ID, that account will become Microsoft Entra ID account. So it's just given a term where you are creating account using Microsoft Entra ID portal, using Microsoft Entra ID solution. If you're creating an account, that particular account will be known as Microsoft Entra ID account. It's just a name. It's just a logical name that is given. Okay. Another question from Sharad, where does it show user are of same tenant? So if you see, it's quite simple. Have you see in Netflix also you create different profiles, like I have option to create different profiles in Netflix, right? So all these profiles, I think 4 or 5 I can create. They are under same account or they are under different account. They're under same account. They use all of these users use the same user ID and password, right? If you create different profile. So if I log in using a user account over here, that means I'm logging into one of the tenant, whatever tenant I have been assigned. And once I log into the tenant, if you go to the users option, you will see all the users. So if I see all the users under this tenant, that means this user belongs to the same tenant. Okay. Now, obviously, I don't know the user ID and password of all the users. I'm not the admin, right? So I can log in with my user account only. So here I can see the tenant ID. This is my tenant ID. That's all. It's just a logical identification from Azure point of view that this is nothing but a tenant ID for this particular this particular company, Simplilearn. All right, so let me just go through this again. See, these are just the terminologies. Okay, now what is terminologies? Whatever services you'll be using, every service will have its own terms, own concept, own terms. All right. So in general idea, if I say an user ID, that is nothing but an email ID which you use in day-to-day purposes, in day-to-day activities like your Gmail ID, right? So Gmail account is nothing but your Gmail ID. So it asks you to enter an email ID and then password. So any user, any identity is nothing but an object that can be authenticated. Account is nothing but an identity that had data associated with it. That data is nothing but user ID, email ID, password, your location, whatever. So whatever data you can think of, whatever attribute that you can think of. Microsoft Entra ID account is an account which you have created using Microsoft Entra ID. So it is that simple. I hope you have understood what Microsoft Entra ID is, right? What Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an identity and access management solution, cloud-based identity management solution. What is identity management solution? That allows you to create users, manage users, right? Modify users, delete users, then authenticate them. So all those things is nothing but identity and access management solution. So Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an identity and access management solution. So if I'm creating an account, user account using Microsoft Entra ID, that will become Microsoft Entra ID account. If I'm creating it using Active Directory, that will become an Active Directory account. Right? If I create a Google account using any of the Google services like YouTube or Gmail, that will become my Google account. These are the simple, whatever services you are using. If I'm using Microsoft Entra ID, it will become my Microsoft Entra account. All right. What is a tenant? It's nothing but a dedicated instance for one company, you can say, for one organization. All right. And tenant and directory is nothing but the same thing. There's one more term, Azure subscription. All right. Now here between tenant and subscription. So remember one thing, Microsoft Entra ID tenant helps you to manage your identities, your users, your groups, your applications. Subscription helps you to deploy resources. Now, what are resources? Deploy servers, deploy network, deploy storage. All right. So these are the two different things. Now, in order to give a simple example, again, I'll take Netflix over here. You can right now you can go into the Netflix and you can create an account. I can create an account that is free of cost. But if I want to watch any movies or any series, I need to buy a plan. I need to buy one of the plan, whatever plan they are offering. I need to buy those plans, right? So in order to watch any movie or any series, I need to buy that plan. I need to pay something. So similarly, Microsoft Entra ID tenant is free of cost. You can go ahead, you can create, you can sign up, and then you can start creating your users. But you will not be able to deploy the resources. You'll not be able to deploy a virtual machine, let's say. You'll not be able to create any network. All those things will not be possible unless you buy a subscription. Okay, so subscription is required over here. All right. So you need to buy a subscription. Once subscription is there, then only I'll be able to deploy all these resources, whatever resources I want to deploy. There are two things. Tenant is a dedicated instance to an organization where if you're only using tenant, you can create your users, create your groups, create your, you can register your applications and all those things. But if you want to deploy resources, you want to host your application, then you need a subscription in place. All right. All right. Now there is a difference when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID and Active Directory domain services. I just before starting this topic, I explained what if you want to use on-prem identity and access management solution, then you have the option of choosing Active Directory domain services. All right. Microsoft Entra ID is a cloud-based identity and access management solution. All right. So what are the differences? So differences are between the protocols they are using, right? Apart from that, Microsoft Entra ID is a managed service. So what is a managed service? In order to use Active Directory domain services, I need a server. I need operating system to install. I need the role that needs to be installed on this on top of that Windows operating system. And then I need to promote it to the domain controller, and then only I'll able to create the user. So this is unmanaged service. Unmanaged service is nothing but user or company, they have to manage it. Organization will have to manage this, all this thing. That's why they need the professionals like Windows admin or Active Directory admin, where they can manage all these things. They can create domain controllers, they can create users, create groups, all those things, right? This is a managed service. That means everything what we need to do is given to us as a service. That means it is managed by someone else, not by us, not by the consumer. All right. So it's a managed service. So any services, like a simple example, Google Drive. Google Drive is a managed service or an unmanaged service? Google Drive is nothing but a managed storage service where you are only responsible to keep your data. Similarly, for Entra ID, we are only responsible for creating users and all. Behind the scenes, whatever infra is required, that is the responsibility of the provider. Same goes for Google Drive. Behind the storage service, whatever is required, it's their responsibility. I'm only responsible for my data. I just bring my data, put my data, share my data with anyone I want. All right. So that is the difference between managed and unmanaged. Now, Active Directory domain services uses this protocols LDAP, Kerberos, all right, for authentication. If any user is logging into the laptop and this laptop is connected to the domain, so when the authentication is happening over here, these are the protocols that will be used when it comes to Active Directory domain services. All right, protocol is nothing but the language. So both should speak the same language in order to identify whether the user is allowed to log in or not allowed to log in. Whereas Entra ID gives you REST APIs, like you can query your users using HTTP, HTTPS protocol. You can do the authentication using all these new age protocols, right? Like SAML, WSFed, OpenID, OAuth. With the help of this new age protocol, I can authenticate users from AWS to Azure to Microsoft Entra ID as well. That means I have my resources deployed over AWS. I can use Microsoft Entra ID for user creation. Right? That is possibility. How it is possible? Because of these protocols. Right? So these are nothing but the language, or these are nothing but the language that is understood by Microsoft Entra ID. So if you want to use your application, if you are creating any application, if you're developing any application, you have a application over here, all right? So if you're developing an application and you want an authentication system, the authentication module for your application, you can make use of OpenID on OAuth over here. So you can write your application in such a way that they understand OpenID and OAuth. Once the application understand that, you can use Microsoft Entra ID for authentication. That means anyone tries to logging into my application will route that traffic for authentication purpose to Microsoft Entra ID. Microsoft Entra ID will authenticate that user, and once the user ID and password is correct, I will give access to my application. All right. WSFed is nothing but the federation, and SAML is nothing but I don't know the full form, but SAML is like, if you want to use, let's say for example, I don't know if you are aware of ServiceNow. ServiceNow is nothing but the ticketing tool. All right. So you might be using Office 365, Microsoft 365 in your day-to-day life. So Microsoft 365 is nothing but the suite of services like Outlook, like OneDrive, like Teams, like SharePoint, right? So these are nothing but the suite of services. So do I need to provide different different user ID and password for all these tools? Simple example, Gmail. Using Gmail ID, I can make use of all the Gmail product, all the Google product. Using Gmail ID, whatever ID you have got, you can use YouTube. Using the same email ID, you can use Google Drive. What else do we have from Gmail? Google Sheets. All this thing can be accessed. Google Meet, right? All this thing can be accessed using same email ID. So how this is possible? This is known as single sign-on. So this is possible using SAML protocol. All right. So that is the protocol which is used to do all these things. So for example, if I'm using any third-party product which is not coming from Microsoft, ServiceNow, for example, it's nothing but a ticketing tool. All right. So if I want to use it and I have users in my company, I don't want them to use different email ID for ServiceNow, different email ID for Microsoft 365, different email ID for any other service. So instead of providing them different email IDs, I can make use of single sign-on. I can provide them single ID and I can onboard ServiceNow into Microsoft Entra ID using the SAML protocol. All right. Then in Microsoft Entra ID, federation services is included. In Active Directory domain services, federation need to create separately. I don't know what is federation. Federation is nothing but trusting any other identity provider. I can give you a very simple example which will help you to understand. So I don't know if I logged in over here. If I go to simplilearn.com and if I click on login, we have Google, we have Facebook, we have Apple, we have LinkedIn. So using this, what is happening over here? We are trusting Google's email ID, we are trusting Facebook email ID, we are trusting Apple IDs, and we are trusting LinkedIn as well. So this means you can log in here using your Google account. You don't need to create a separate account for Simplilearn. You can use the same account and you can log in. Similar, you can log in using your Facebook account, LinkedIn account, Apple account. So Simplilearn is trusting all these identity provider. So that is nothing but a kind of federation. Now it does not mean that we have created a federation over here. This is nothing but a kind of federation. That means we Simplilearn is trusting all this identity provider. So similarly, if you have two different organizations, right? Users are over here. Users are over here as well. And here you have few resources like virtual machine, like storage account, like SQL databases. You want this user from one company, company number one, to access these resources. So how to do that? Where the authentication will happen? So one thing what I can do, I can create the same number of users, same user ID over here as well. All right. So that is one possibility. But then you need to manage the user account on both sides. If let's say tomorrow this user resigns, so I need to delete the account from here. Similarly, I need to delete the account from here. So I need to manage identity both the sides. So that's an overhead. That's headache for your administrators. If I have thousands of users over here, I need to create thousands of users over here. So in order to avoid that, what I can do, I can create a federation server on both ends, right? And I can trust company 2's directory services. Company 2's directory services can trust company 1's directory services. Similarly, company 1's directory services can trust company 2's directory services. That means whenever any user wants to log into this resources, if I'm trying to log into, let's say, this resource VM, what will be happening? The directory server from company 2 will redirect the authentication request to directory 1. And if it's authenticated, then only the access will be provided. So that is nothing but the federation services. That's a big concept, all right? And that is included in Azure Active Directory, in Microsoft Entra ID. You don't need to create the federation services separately when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID. So that is directly included, all right? But when it comes to Active Directory domain services, I need to create a federation server. So I need to have a dedicated federation server. So that is nothing but the federation. Trusting someone else's directory services is nothing but federated authentication, federated services. Okay. All right. The last thing we have over here is a Microsoft Entra ID is a flat structure. So I'm not going into depth into this particular point, because if you're familiar with Active Directory domain services, and I promise that this is the last time you are hearing ADDS, unless you are joining an organization where they are using Active Directory domain services. From AZ104 point of view, this is the last time I'll be mentioning ADDS. All right. So if you have worked with ADDS, it has an hierarchical structure where first of all you create a forest, you create trees, and then inside that you create a domain. All right. So this is nothing but the hierarchical structure. Then you have the option to create organizational unit and all those things. Here we don't have that kind of hierarchical structure. Here we have a simple tenant. That's all. If you have your tenant created, you simply go ahead and create your users. In Active Directory domain services, you need to create all these things, and then only you can create your users, groups, and all those things. Right. So this is what we have in ADDS, and this is what we have in Microsoft Entra ID. Right. So it's a managed service. It uses different protocol when it comes to Microsoft Entra ID. It uses HTTP, HTTPS. All right. Federation services is included. That means we do not need to have a separate server which will only focus on federation, right? But when it comes to Active Directory domain services, we should have a different server which will do the federation, right? And here we have a flat structure, only tenant. That's all. We have a tenant. You create users groups. Here we need to create all this thing first. All right. It's like a single sign-on protocol, so I can onboard all these third-party applications, SaaS-based applications. See, if you log in, you need to go to Entra ID. Where will you find the tenant and user related details? In Entra ID, because Entra ID is nothing but an IAM solution. So you need to search for Entra ID. Once you click on Entra ID, on the overview page itself, you'll see the tenant ID. If you can go to this page, tenant, Microsoft Entra ID, you should be able to see the tenant ID. Okay. All right. So once I click over here, you might be on another screen. And then once I click over here, you might miss it. And then you won't be able to be on the same page as of me. All right. Forget about tenant now. Have you understood what cloud computing is? All right. Have you understood what Microsoft Entra ID is? What is Microsoft Entra ID? In short, IAM service. What do you get when you use IAM service? What we can achieve, what we can do? Why in the first place I'll use Entra ID so that I can create my users, right? Why do you want users? So that you have your company where obviously you will be doing, your company is doing something, they're doing some kind of business. So they'll be using laptop, they'll be using uh, devices, mobile devices, laptops, PCs, all those things. Now their employees will logging into this laptops and will do their work, right? They'll do their work. So in order to create the user account, I need some kind of IAM service. So Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an IAM service. All right. Now this organization, if they want to use Microsoft Entra ID, they'll have to sign up. So they'll simply sign up. So this, let's say this organization name is organization A. So they'll sign up for Microsoft Entra ID. They'll sign up for Azure account and they'll get an access to Microsoft Entra ID. So for this organization, organization A, this is the tenant ID for them. Another organization will do the same thing. They'll also log in. They'll also have users and all those things. They'll also have computers and all those things. So they will have different tenant ID, whatever. Now, your question is why my tenant ID is not similar to your tenant. Simplilearn has signed up for many directories. So whenever user is logging in behind the scenes, a new directory is being created, and the user is part of that directory. So it's obvious that you will not get same tenant ID. If your two users of your company, they are logging into Azure, they will see the same tenant ID since both the users have been created in the same directory. All right. Prasanjit is again saying Simplilearn is not see, did I mention that one organization can create only one directory? If organization A creates another directory, this is a different tenant from Microsoft point of view. Think it from the Microsoft point of view. Are this the same tenant? Company is same, but they have created two different accounts over here, two different tenants using a Microsoft sign up feature. So they can have multiple tenant. One company cannot have single tenant. I did not mention that. One user can create thousands of directories. So every directory will have a unique ID. All right. That does not mean that I'm launching the lab and I'm part of the same directory. If you can see my account, this is my user account. If I go to manage section and go to the users, if you see my user account in your directory, then we are part of the same tenant. If you don't see my user account over here, we are not part of the same tenant. Okay. Tenant ID, you don't have to do anything about the tenant ID. It is just an identification from Microsoft point of view. If you are the service provider, you take an example of bank. Bank is nothing but providing the banking services. So if you are one customer, you'll have one customer ID. Other customer will have different customer ID. So similarly, one organization will have one tenant ID. If same user creates another account in bank, let's say joint account with his or her spouse, then they'll have different customer ID. So one user can have can avail two different services from the bank. They're not restricting users from using different services. All right. Now Microsoft Entra ID comes with different plans. Okay. So what are these different plans? First of all, Microsoft Entra ID comes with the free of cost. I mean, you don't need to pay anything. You just sign up and start creating your users. So if you see over here in the overview page itself of Microsoft Entra ID, you'll see what kind of license you have got. Right. So as of now, my license is free license. So it comes free of cost. You don't have to pay anything. You can simply sign up and you can simply start using Microsoft Entra ID. All right. Now, if you see license, it's showing as free. Apart from free, there are few different premiums that are available. P1, P2 governance. Now, why you would be choosing P1, P2 or governance? So as you can see over here, some of the features that are available only with premium. All right, some of the features that are only that are available only with governance. So if you need advanced security features, then you should be considering choosing the premium tier. All right, free tier, you don't have to pay anything, but obviously you will not get all the features. Consider it like your Google Drive. Google Drive is free of cost for every Gmail user. They give you 15 GB, but if you want to store more data, obviously you need to pay. Similarly, Microsoft Entra ID is free of cost, but if you want to use features, you can, if you want to use some extra features like advanced group management, if you see over here, if you want to use conditional access, if you see it's not available with the free tier. If you want to use automated user and group provisioning to app, it's not available in the free tier. Similarly, there are a lot of features like privilege identity management, not available in the free tier. So if you want to use those kind of additional features, which are nothing but the security features that gets covered in AZ 305, not covered in AZ 104. So if I want that kind of features, I would be needing the premium license. All right. So it comes with 4 different tier. Free tier, freely available, anyone can use it. But if you want to use additional features, you would consider to upgrade from free tier to premium P1 or premium P2. So I have a link over here which will give you detail about all the features. And as you progress in Azure journey, you'll understand what this feature is, what that feature is. Now, obviously, AZ 104 does not cover all the features. But if you have enrolled for AZ 305, there we cover conditional access and privileged identity management. So you see, we have a free tier, then we have a P1, right, which will cost you $6 per user per month. All right, we have P2, which will cost you $9 per user per month. Similarly, we have the governance tier, which will cost you $7. Now, depends on you which feature you require. So according to the feature requirement, you will be choosing your premium tier. You can try it for the free, try free for the first 30 days. After 30 days, you'll have to pay. All right, so you see there are a few features which are available, like for example, multi-factor authentication is available partially on free tier. So I can configure multi-factor authentication even in the free tier as well. These are nothing but the additions available in Microsoft Entra ID. All right, so if I go back over here, as of now, I have the free tier. You can confirm your free tier, or you are having the premium tier, or you are having the premium P2 tier. Right. In order to try for the premium or premium P2, Microsoft provides you the 30-day free trial. You can try it from here. You just provide your email address and you can try for free. All right. You can also activate it from the portal itself. If I want to activate, I can go under the manage section over here. Under manage section, you should see licenses. From there, I can activate a free trial. Right, so you can see I can activate a Microsoft Entra ID P2. Right, so for 30 days you can activate it, and after 30 days, it will automatically be deactivated unless you upgrade to the payment model. All right. So you'll only be using the premium tiers when you want to use this kind of features. Otherwise, if you don't want this security features, you can simply go ahead and use the free tier as well. All right, security does not mean that if we are not using this premium tier, we are not secured. You have the authentication itself is secured. All right, so your data is secured, that is not compromised. But if you want to add some additional security to your accounts, to your tenant, then you should be considering upgrading to P1, P2. All right, so that's about the addition. Right. And the last topic for this we have for this module, or for this topic, you can say, is implementing self-service password reset. Now, what is self-service password reset? As the name suggests, you can allow your users to reset their password by their own. That means what happens when you forget the password? Let's say you have a Gmail account and you forget the password. What happens? How can you recover your account if you have forgotten the password? I have a Gmail account, but I, let's say, forgot my password. So what are the options? How to recover my account? Yeah, OTP to mobile number, security questions, correct, OTP. We have the option to click on forget and set a new password. So that is nothing but self-service password reset. Self-service means the application owner is allowing you to reset your own password. You don't need to reach out to the Google helpline. Right now, imagine how many people are using Gmail account. Billions, right? All over the world. So if, and these days, everyone is having a Gmail account, right? So if anyone forget the password and Google is not allowing you to reset your password by yourself, then what is going to happen? Everyone will make call to the help desk. Everyone will make call to the Google and ask them to reset the password. First of all, Google is providing you the free email services, and then if you're forgetting password, you're calling them to reset the password. So that's not a best practice, I can say, right? So in order to reduce those kind of help desk thing, what you can do, you can make use of this self-service password reset. Now we are aware how this self-service password reset work. What we need to do when we create a Gmail account, we provide our details. What details do you provide? You provide your mobile number, right? You provide your mobile number, your contact number. You provide your, if you have a secondary email ID, you provide that email ID as well. You set up few security questions so that in case you forget the password, Gmail will ask you what was the first city you visited, or what was your school name. So whatever security questions will be setting up, right? So you have OTP as well. If you have given your contact number, they will try to send an OTP to that contact number, and then you need to provide that one-time code, right? So these are the things that we need to provide first. We need to configure first, then only we will be able to reset our own password. Right? So these are the things that we need to provide. So Microsoft Entra ID provides you the option to configure the self-service password reset for your users. You understood the concept of Microsoft Entra ID. We'll be creating users and all, right? So I have a Microsoft Entra ID account over here, Microsoft Entra ID tenant over here. All right, we have this tenant. I have created thousands of users inside that tenant. I have created thousands of users inside that tenant. If two of the users are forgetting password, what they'll do, they'll log a ticket, or they'll ask their colleague to log a ticket, and that ticket will come to help desk team or whatever team is managing the Microsoft Entra ID, and your help desk team need to reset the password. Right? So in order just to reset the password, I have to hire a few people. All right. So in order to avoid that additional cost to your company, or you can use your human resources in a good required things, in a good requirement. All right. Instead of just resetting password. So what you can do, you can use this feature of self-service password reset. You can ask your user to provide few details. And once the user have provided all these details, in case in future, if they forget their password, they have the option to reset by themselves. They don't need to log a ticket to the help desk or a support team, all right, or the front end team, whatever team you have. So self-service password reset is nothing but a feature that helps your users to reset their own password, which is quite a basic requirement these days. All right. So user can reset their own password using a secure automated process, minimizing obviously the downtime. All right. What downtime is minimized? Since if user forget the password, he'll simply say the manager that I don't remember my password. I've forgotten the password. I cannot log in today. I cannot work today. So that one day productivity is gone for one user over there. Right? So we have given this option. Microsoft has given you this option to configure self-service password reset. And once you have configured it, your users should be able to reset their own password. You can also implement multi-factor authentication along with self-service password reset, so that, see, email ID is something which you share with your people. So if I have any email ID over here, emailid.com, whatever my name, @gmail.com. So this is my email ID, which I might have shared with people all over the world. So many people will have access to my email ID. They know my email ID. Obviously, they don't know my password. So what hackers can try to do, they can use my email ID and they click on forget password, and then they just guess all this thing. All right. So in order to avoid those kind of things, in order to avoid those kind of security risk, what we can do, along with self-service password reset, we can enable multi-factor authentication as well. All right. So that you can use just to ensure security. Then you have the option to select from what are the methods available for the user to recover the password. So you have all these options to select from. You can configure it and you can select whatever you want. All right. If you are selecting security questions, you can decide the number of questions that user will require to register for the self-service password reset. All right. Now you need to remember one thing here. One thing you need to remember is that self-service password reset is freely available for free tier. So you don't need a premium license if you want to use self-service password reset. Even free tier will work. All right. The only difference over here is, the only thing that I want to share here is, if you click on end user self-service, and if you see self-service password reset, you see self-service password reset. With on-prem users, it's not available in the free tier. That means if I have Active Directory domain services already in place, I have few users over there. And I have Microsoft Entra ID as well. I have few users over here in Microsoft Entra ID, and I'm synchronizing my Active Directory users to Microsoft Entra ID. So for this on-prem users, I will not be able to use self-service password reset using the free tier. So if you want to use, you need to go for the premium tier. All right. Got it. So self-service password reset in free tier is only available for Microsoft Entra ID users, not for the on-prem users. All right. So how you can enable self-service password reset for your users. So first of all, you need to go to portal.azure.com. You need to log in. All right. And once you log in, you can go to your Microsoft Entra ID. So you can search for Microsoft Entra ID in the search bar. All right. And you can simply scroll down under manage section. You can simply scroll down, and there we have the option of password reset. Obviously, it is grayed out for me because I am using Simplilearn directory, and everything is not available to the users that we are creating using the launch. But if you see that in your own tenant that you have created, either free tier or your company's tenant, if you have proper access, you should be able to see the password reset over here. All right, from here you can configure. You'll directly be landed to the same screen that we have mentioned over here. All right. So that's about self-service password reset. If you want to use self-service password reset, you just want to go to the password reset section from the under the manage section in Microsoft Entra ID, and you can configure all this. So what these options are saying, number of methods required to reset. So you can select either you will send an authentication email to a secondary email address, or you need the mobile phone, and or you need the security questions as well. So it's up to your administrator. If you are the Azure administrator, you're managing Entra ID. So you need to decide what are the methods available to the user with the help of which user can reset their own password. All right. So that's about topic number 1. On-prem integration is like I just explained. If you have Active Directory domain services that you are using on-prem and you're synchronizing your users with Microsoft Entra ID. So in that case, if you want to use self-service password reset for your on-prem users, you can do that using this option, but you require a premium Microsoft Entra ID license, either a P1 license or a P2 license. You can go to that link and you can find out which license is required. All right, so that is nothing but on-prem integration. All right. See, command or script you can create by yourself, right? How you can create, you need the APIs and all those things. You need the knowledge of the scripting, and then you can create a script and then reset a password. Here we'll simply get the reset password option when I log off from here. So if I go back to the browser and if I do portal.azure.com, Here you see can't access your account. You'll have to provide your email ID, you'll have to provide your password, and all those things will help you to reset your password if you have registered for the self-service password reset. Okay. Password reset is available with free tier. If I'm not wrong, you can see it over here. Password reset and user self-service. So self-service password change for cloud user is available with the free tier. If you see over here in the Microsoft documentation itself, this row is for this column is for the free tier. So if you see self-service password change for the cloud users that you have created using Microsoft Entra ID, they can reset their own password if you have enabled it. Okay. On-prem integration is not covered, Praveen. You need to go for SC300 if you want to learn more about. See, this is Azure administration course. It's not about Active Directory or Microsoft Entra ID. All right. Azure administration course will have different topics. Obviously, you need to know different services that Microsoft provides. You need to know those services. And Microsoft has included those services over here. On-prem things are not included in Azure Administrator. If you want to do on-prem synchronization with Azure, I would suggest you to go for SC300. I don't know, Simplilearn doesn't provide training on SC300, or you can go for Easy 800 or 801. All right, so these are the two certificates where on-prem things are covered in details. All right, so that's about the topic number 1. Now we'll start the second part of topic. This is the agenda which we will be covering. So now we come to the second topic, part number 2 of configuring Microsoft Entra ID. Okay, so configuring Microsoft Entra ID is how you can create users, how you can manage users. If you have a requirement, let's say your company is hiring people in bulk and next Monday they are joining. If they are hiring hundreds of users, obviously you need to create their account in bulk. We won't be creating one by one. So we need to have some kind of option where we can create user accounts in bulk. So that's what we'll see, how you can create user account in bulk, how you can create group accounts. All right, how you can assign licenses to your users. So the licenses that we're talking about, premium P1, premium P2, if you want to use it, if you have those licenses, how you'll be assigning those licenses to your users or groups. And then at the end, we'll do one demo where I'll show you how you can create a user and a group. And also I'll share one interactive labs link with you where you can do the interactive labs yourself. All right. So let's start with this topic. Let's come to the main topic where we'll be creating few users. All right. So what is a user? User is nothing but your employee. So if you have a company for which you're working and you are the Azure administrator and one of the user is joining in, first of all, you need to create their user account. Right. So what is a user is nothing but your employee who needs access to your company's resources. All right. So whatever resources you have, you might be having servers, you might be having applications, you might be having storage account, whatever. So whatever you have, if you want your employee to access those users or even a simple laptop that you're having, if you want your user to use that laptop, you need to create an user account for your user. All right. So user account is simply an account for your user, which you will be creating in Microsoft Entra ID. So user account in Microsoft Entra ID is nothing but an individual identity within that particular organization. Okay. So let's see quickly how you can create a user. If in order to create a user, you need to again go to your Microsoft Entra ID. All right, you should see some page like this, or some of the people should see all the options expanded. All right, if you click on manage over here, you see the first option that we have under manage section is it shows users. All right, so from here I can manage, create, or modify users. If there are any existing users, I can modify them. I can create a new user. So let me quickly show you how you can create a new users. All right. So as of now, I have only 2 users. If I want to create a new user, where I can go, you can go over here and you can create a new user. You see the option new user. From here, I can create a new user. Right. So I can click on new user over here. And the first option, as you can see, which says create a new internal user in your organization. All right, so I can click on it. And then I need to provide a few details over here, UPN, display name, and the password. So how do any IAM service work? We need to have some sort of credentials. So your credentials will be your username and password. So that is what we are providing over here, username and a password. Okay. So if you have multiple domains over here, you can see all the domains, Europe, Asia, and some other part of the world, right? Let's say Australia. So if you have these 3 domains, you need to add those domains as a custom domain, and any number of domains that you have added, you should see that over here. So if you want to create user for Europe domain, you should select Europe domain from this drop down list. All right. If you want to create for Asia, you need to do that from this drop down list. Okay. So as of now, I only have one domain. And in order to create an account, I can only create in this particular domain as of now. All right. So what we'll do, we'll use a simple name, user01. So what this will become, let me just open a notepad. This will become my UPN. All right. This will become my user ID. So this is my user ID. Once the account is created, I can use this user ID and can log into Azure Tenant. All right. And apart from that, these are some details, display name. So I can type whatever I want, whatever your name, whatever your username would be, John Doe or whatever. Right. So this is a common name that we use for demonstration. So this will be my display name. Display name is nothing but the actual name of your user, which you want, what name you want to be displayed in Microsoft Entra ID tenant. Okay. And password you can keep. So this is an auto-generate password. So when you create a new user, whenever you create a new user, you can provide a default password. And then whenever that user logs in for the first time, Microsoft Entra ID will ask that user to change the password. Right. So we are creating the user over here, and we are giving a default password, and then account enable option is whether user can log in or not. So if your user is logging in next week, so till then you can keep the account disabled, and during the joining, you can again come over here and you can click enable checkbox over here, and user account will be enabled. So if you keep it disabled, user account will get created, but user will not be able to log in. Okay. So it's like account disable or account enable. So once you have provided all these details, you can click on review create and your account will be created. So as you can see, within 1 second, the account is ready. So everything okay. If you do not receive any error, then sometimes you should see your user account under Microsoft Entra ID tenant. Right. Now let's try to log in with this user. So in order to log in, what I need the username and the password. So these are the username and the password. All right. So I need to log into the browser. So I'll open portal.azure.com in another browser so that it does not conflict. All right. So what we need to provide? We need to provide the email ID or the user ID, which is nothing but this. I'm providing it over here. And then I'll click on next and it will ask me for the password. So this is the password that was default generated password by Azure, Entra ID. And then I click on sign in. So this is the first time I'm signing in. So it will ask me to reset the password. All right. So I can keep now. So this user will keep its own, his own password, whatever he can remember. Right. Once he has provided the password, he can click on sign in. And now you're part of the same tenant. So once I have provided all those details, I am part of the same tenant now. All right. Now you can see that if you go to Microsoft Entra ID, you can search for Microsoft Entra ID from here, or you can enable the portal menu and you can go to Microsoft Entra ID. And from there, you can see you're part of the same tenant now. So if I click on Entra ID on another browser and the browser that I used to log in the new user, now you can confirm that these are nothing but the same tenant. Right, C568, C568. Okay. So user creation is quite simple. You just need to go to the users section. Under manage section, you need to go to users blade. You click on that, you click on create user, you provide the details and your user will be created. All right. That's about user creation. Now the other section we have is managing user. Now who can manage the user? So I created the user because I have those kind of rights. I have those rights that is allowing me to create the user. Now, who can create users in Microsoft Entra ID? Who can manage the user? So in order to create or manage the user, you need these roles. Either you need to be a global administrator or you need to be a user access administrator, right? Everyone cannot create the user, right? So in order to prove my point, what I'll do, I'll go to the user 01 section. So this is the user that we just created. Okay, this is the user that we just created, user 01. Okay, so as you can see, user 01, this is nothing but user 01. All right, so user 01 is the user that we just created. Now, can this user create another user? Let's see. You see, can I create another user? The option is grayed out. So as user 01, I cannot create a new user. Now, why I cannot create a new user? That is nothing but the authorization concept. Are you authorized to do something? All right. So in order to explain the authorization, we have a full topic over here, but I'll just brief it. What is the difference between PM and CM, Prime Minister and Chief Minister? What is the difference? Prime Minister has the authority over the country. So if Prime Minister today announces anything, it will impact all the citizens in that particular country. All right. So the difference between PM and CM is authorization, the authority. PM, whatever he passes will impact entire country. CM, whatever he passes will impact only a particular state. All right. So you see state laws and country laws. Right. So whatever PM says, if PM do the demonetization, it is for entire country. All right. CM cannot do that. CM will have different kinds of authority. CM has control over the state police. PM has control over the army. Right. So different level of authority over. Similarly, when I created user 01, what he can do? Can he create a new user 02? Can he do that? How to assign this? If CM wants to manage the RB, he needs to become the PM in the next election. Then only he'll be able to do that, right? So if user 02 wants to create another user, if user 01 wants to create another user, he needs to have some kind of admin rules. All right. So that admin rules are required. So in Azure Entra ID, or I should say in Microsoft Entra ID, you should have the global administrator or the user access administrator role in order to manage the user. You want to delete the user, get one of this role from your administrator. All right. User profile is optional, so not all the details are required. If I go back to the browser now, where I have logged in with the admin user, the user that got created when I launched the lab. If I want to, I logged in with that particular user, which has the authority to create the users, creating a new user. If you see these properties, so these are the optional field. You don't need to provide each and every detail. So what is this property? These are nothing but the extra attributes. Okay. So if you want to add additional details for your user, what is the first name of your user? What is the last name of your user? What is the user type, whether he's a member, a guest, or what? Do you have any certificate? Are you doing the certificate related authentication? What is the job title of user? Let's say cloud administrator. What is the company name? So whatever your company name is. So these are not mandatory fields. These are optional field that you can provide over here. All right. So user profile is not mandatory. You can add all these details. If I go back over here, I'll show you the deleted user letter. All right. So what is the next tab over here? Assignment. So I just said that if you want your user to manage other users, you need to provide them this particular role, user access administrator or global administrator. All right. So this role should be available, should be provided to your user if you want them to manage. So how to assign that role? So while creating the user, you have a tab which is known as assignment that you can make use of. So from here, I can assign whatever roles I want. So if this user is Microsoft Entra ID administrator, so I can search for those particular role. For example, user access administrator. So I cannot see that role. Sorry, I clicked the wrong option. Okay. So as you can see, this is the option that we need to use. But because I'm using Simplilearn Lab, I am not allowed to add that particular role. So if you want your user to manage other users, you need to use this particular you can say option, and from there you can assign them the role. All right. So in order to assign any role to your user, you need to use this particular tab. All right. And once that is done, you can simply click on review and create. Now that's that's while you were creating the user. If you have already created a user and you want them to assign you need to assign them some role, you can simply go to the users page, you can select your user, and from there also you can assign the role. So under manage section, you see assign roles, and from here also you can assign whatever roles you want. This is after once you have created the user. While creating the user, you also have option to assign the role, but once you have created and after that you want to assign any assignments or any roles, you can select those assignment role and you can select for the role. For example, user administrator. Right, so I can select this and I can add this particular role. So once that role is added, you can refresh and that role should be reflected over here. Right. So I have assigned user administrator role to user 01. Now let's go back to the browser where I have logged in from user 01. So I go back over there in order to refresh. Now that role is recently assigned to me. So obviously I need to refresh the token. So let's refresh, or you need to re-log in. All right. Now can I see? Now am I able to create a new user? All right. So this is where I can create, where I can manage. So that's what I'm using over here. All right. I have provided this particular user, user 01, user administrator role, and now this user can manage all other users as well. Okay. So now he has the option to create new user. If I go back to the slide over here, deleted users. So I can, once I have created user, obviously I'll be able to delete the user. When you'll be deleting the user, whenever your employee is resigning. So obviously we need to delete that particular user. Otherwise that user will have access to my company's resources. So whenever any user resigns, you'll be deleting that particular account. Okay. So how can I delete a particular account? That's quite simple. I can go back to the portal where I've logged in with the user account. All right. I go back to the user section, and from there I select that particular user, and here you can see the delete option. So I simply delete it and click on OK. That user will be deleted now. If everything is okay, you receive this notification, you just refresh few times, you should not see that users. Once you have deleted it, you can see all the deleted users over here. All right. All the deleted users will be reflected over here. Now, once you have deleted the user, Microsoft will still keep them until 30 days. After 30 days, it will be permanently deleted. But let's say your requirement is that you don't want to wait for 30 days. So you can select that user and you can delete that particular user permanently using this particular option. Or within 30 days, if you feel that this is the wrong user account which I deleted and you start receiving the complaint, you can also restore those users within 30 days. After 30 days, you will not be able to recover. All right. Within 30 days, if you want, you can restore those users. All right. So that's about user management. And the last option we have in the slide is log on information. So who is logging in, who is not, who is logging in, every information is available. So you don't need to do any extra logging features and all those things. So if you see over here, under monitoring section, under Entra ID, you should see the sign-in logs over here. All right. So you see user 01 just logged in, ODL user just logged in, whatever. So whichever user is logging in, you should see all the account over here. Right. It's whether the login was successful or failure. So login information is available for you in any point in time. If you want to, you can go and you can see. All right. So that's about logon information. That's about user, managing user. So in order to manage user, you need this particular role, either the global administrator or the user access administrator. The difference between these two roles is global administrator has full privileges. So it's like a root user, which is having entire access over your tenant. User administrator will only be able to manage the user section. Right? He can create users, modify users, assign users to any group, remove user from any group. He can delete users, all right, modify the properties of user. Okay. So all those things, if you just want a user to manage another users, then you can provide this particular role to that user. Global administrator, if you provide any user the global administrator role, that particular user will get the full privilege to your tenant. Okay. All right. Next topic that we have over here is performing bulk operations. As of now, I just created one user, user 01. Okay. Now, what if there is a scenario where hundreds of users are joining in? If hundreds of users are joining in, obviously I cannot go how much time it will take for me. I can go over here under user section. I can go over here. I can click on create user. I can click on create new user. I can provide the details. I can click next, review create. So one user is created. I can go back again to the user section. I click on new user, create new user. It will take another, if one user creation is 5 minutes, if I'm creating hundreds of user, it will be around 500 minutes. Right. So we should be having some kind of option where we can create users in bulk. So that's what this topic is about, bulk account updates. If you want to create or modify users in bulk, if you see the third option over here, bulk operations, from this you can do. All right. Now it's quite simple. If you have worked with Active Directory, you know that we need to create a script or we need to create a batch script, and then only it is possible to create the bulk user account in bulk. Here, Microsoft Azure has given you a simple option where you can download a CSV file, enter the details, your username, your password, and all those details, upload that file back, and your users will be created. All right. So that's what this bulk operations mean. If I have any scenario where I need to create users in bulk, then I can use this particular option where I can download a CSV file. I can provide the details. I can upload back that CSV file, and the users in bulk will be created. Same goes for the deletion as well. All right. So I'll show you two demos over here. So I'll click on create bulk, create over here. So Microsoft is giving you a CSV template. All right. I can download that. Okay. Once I have downloaded that, I can open it. I just need to provide the required details. I clicked on open, so Excel will just open. All right. Here, if you see what details are need to be provided. Okay, so these are the required details. So you see in every cell, they have mentioned which detail is required. So if you just provide the required details, the CSV file will be, once you have provided all the details which is required, you can upload that details, upload this file after saving it, and then your users will be created. So what you need to provide your user name over here, right? So I have already created user 01. So what I do, I provide user 02, 03, 04, just to quick. All right. And here you need to provide the user principal name. So what is UPN? UPN is nothing but the user ID of your user. So for providing UPN, I need the domain name, whatever domain name I'm using over here. So this is my primary domain that I'm using. All right. So I can copy this name. I can go back to the CSV file and I can just provide my user name over here, user02 @ whatever your domain name is. All right. Same I can do user03 @ whatever my domain name is. Same goes for user04 @ the domain name, and then user5 @ the domain name. Right? Then password, what password you want. So you can provide whatever password. Make sure you don't have a space, since it will fail if I do not remove that space. The CSV Microsoft Azure Entra ID will not be able to read this, and your user creation will fail. Right? So these are the details that you need to provide. These are the only required details that we need to provide. You see, required, required, required. So we need to provide only those details. These are not required, but if you want, you can get all these details from your HR, and you can fill all this detail and then upload this particular file. Okay. All right. So I'm creating 4 users. Now, whatever password you want to keep, you can keep those password, and this password will be the default password for these users. When the user logs in, obviously it will ask the user to change the password. Okay. So I have provided the username. The file name is user create template 2. So I just upload that file now. I go back to the user section over here. I click on the bulk operations. I click on the bulk create, and now I just provide that file that should be under the download user create template 2, and I open it and I submit it. If you have proper spacing and all those things, your user accounts will be created. Okay. You can also see the operations details by clicking onto this information option over here, information button over here. So if I click on it, it should show me what is the status. All right. So it is completed. You see the status completed with no errors. That means all the users were successfully created. Okay. So if I now go back to the users, I should be seeing all the users that I just created, user 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So if you want to create thousands of users, you just enter those users in the Excel sheet, in the CSV sheet, and then upload that sheet. Same goes for the deletion as well. So for deletion, Microsoft has provided you another CSV template which you can delete, which you can download. You can open the delete file, all right? And you just need to provide the UPN. So in order to get the UPN, I can again go to the download folder, and from there I can get the UPN that we have in the user create template file. All right. I can copy the UPN. I can go to the delete file. I can paste it over here. And I can save the file, close it, go to the portal. Click on the bulk operation. Click on, sorry, this is not the portal from here. Click on the bulk operation. Click on the delete option over here. Just provide the delete file from the download folder and provide a confirmation that yes, you want to do it, and click on submit. Okay. So once it is done, your user should be deleted. So this is the operation. You can see if any error was there to my CSV file. There was no error. So 4 users were deleted. You can again go to the all users section, and you can confirm that all the users have been deleted. So you can do those bulk operations from here. All right. So this is quite a simple thing, which I'm showing over here. This will be your day-to-day activities if you become Azure Microsoft Entra ID administrator, where you'll be creating users, modifying users. All right. These days, obviously, company will not have a dedicated person to only manage this creation and deletion of users. So it would be like managing entire Entra ID, where you'll be managing your devices, your users, and all those things. All right. So the next thing that we have is a group accounts. Okay, so now what is a group account? Now, when you create a user, are we having a single employee in a single team? So you have teams, different teams. You'll be having a project team, the development team, you'll be having managers, you'll be having virtual machine administrators, you'll be having Windows administrators. So you'll be having different teams. You'll be having cloud administrators, right? So if 5 people are joining in and they all are cloud administrator, they need the similar kind of role. They need the similar kind of access. How to do that? How to achieve that? For example, let's say 5 people are joining in as Microsoft Entra ID administrator to my company. So they are Microsoft Entra ID administrators. As the name specifies, they'll be managing Microsoft Entra ID. So the role that we just saw, user administrator, we need to assign them this role. So one way is just manually create the user or use the bulk option to create the user and then assign all the user administrator role. So that's one way, but obviously that's not a best practice. What I can do over here, I can create a group account in Microsoft Entra ID. I can add all these 5 users to that group account. All right. And then instead of assigning all the users individual roles, I will assign that role to this group. So whoever user belongs to this group will automatically has this particular role. Right. So that's why you will be using group accounts in Microsoft Entra ID. So this is the basic concept where you'll be using group accounts. So you'll be part of one group. You'll be assigning roles to that group. And once the role is assigned, every member of that group will attain that particular role. So that is nothing but the group account. In Microsoft Entra ID, we have 2 types of groups: security group and Microsoft 365 group. So these are the two. When I click on create groups, I can see that these are the 2 options that is given to me. Either I can create a security group or I can create a Microsoft 365 group. So what is the difference between these 2 type of group? So security groups are used to manage users. If you want to assign any kind of permission to your users, like user access administrator, like global administrator, any other role which we have in Microsoft Entra ID, whatever role you want to provide to your user, you will be creating the security group types. Right? So that is the purpose of security group. If I want to assign any kind of role to multiple people, so I'll create a security group. I put them in that group and then I assign a particular role, whatever role I want to provide. So what are the use cases of security groups? Assigning access permissions to resources or applications, right? Managing access to Azure resources, or if you want to assign any kind of policies to your group, you can assign that to the security group. Another kind of group that we see in Microsoft Entra ID is Microsoft 365 group. So 365 groups are designed for collaboration. Like if you want to use Outlook, SharePoint, Teams, or any Microsoft 365 app, if you want your users to have access to those apps, you will be creating Microsoft 365 group. All right. Access in the sense, I'll give you a simple example over here. We have a group of monitoring team. So in that team, we have, let's say, 10 people, 10 employees. So what is the job role of monitoring team? What is their day-to-day task? To monitor your infrastructure. So they'll be monitoring your infrastructure. Any issue, they should be notified somehow. So how they'll be notified whenever there is any issue? So one way we can use is email. Right? So there should be a common email for all these 10 people. So if that kind of requirement we have, where if I send any email to this common email, all the 10 people should be notified. How to achieve that? So you can create a Microsoft 365 group for that. And you can put all those 10 people into that group, and then that group will have an email ID. And whenever you send an email to that email ID, all the 10 people will receive. All right. So for that reason, you can use Microsoft 365 groups. Another use case I can say is Teams channel. I don't know if you are using Teams, but I see most of the companies are using Teams. So in Teams, there we have the features of creating channels, right? Where I can create a channel for one group. All the members in that particular group will be part of that channel, and they can chat, they can notify themselves whatever issue they are facing, or if anything, they can within the group, they can just communicate with themselves. All right, so you can create a Teams channel using Microsoft 365 group. Right. Apart from that, if you have any SharePoint site where people need access in groups, so you can create a Microsoft 365 group and you can provide them access to the SharePoint site. So these are the two types of groups that you see. All right. Now, if I quickly go to the portal Microsoft Entra ID, in order to create a group, right beneath the users options, we have the groups option over here. If I click on it, it will take me to the group page. I can click on new group from there, and I need to provide all these details. So what are the details you see? This is what just we discussed, the type of group. Are you creating Microsoft 365 group, or are you creating a security group? Okay. So if I select Microsoft 365 group, you see automatically and group email address is getting created. So whatever members you are adding to this group, all those members, if you send an email to this particular email ID, all those members will be notified about that particular email. All right. Mostly we deal with the security group. And the second thing that you need to provide is the group name. So let's keep it simple, group 01, and then description, why this group is being created or who belongs to this group. You can provide that. And the option that you can see over here is membership type. So there are 3 different membership type that you can provide when it comes to group creation and assigning the membership types. So there are 3 types of assignment that you can select from: assigned, dynamic user, and dynamic device. Now, before explaining this thing, just give me the difference between manual and automatic. What is the difference between manual and automatic? Manual is something you are doing yourself. Automatic, it is automatically happening. All right. So that is the difference. So that is the same thing. That is the same concept over here. Assign means you have to assign the users to that group. When I create a group, I select the assigned membership. That means I, as an administrator, manually need to add all the users, whatever user need to belong to that particular group. I need to manually add those users to the group. All right. Dynamic means it will happen automatically. Now, how it will happen automatically? So if you remember, when we created the user, there were a lot of properties to choose from. The user profile information. So if I again go back to the user creation page, there are a lot of properties to choose from. You can assign all these properties, right? Like city, email, age group, usage location, even the job profile related to the job title. So all these things you can provide, right? Now, if 10 users are joining as cloud administrator, what will be their job title? If 10 users are joining as cloud administrator, the job title should be either IT administrator, cloud administrator, or whatever, help desk administrator. So you will enter that detail over here, cloud administrator. That detail will get entered over here. All right. So dynamic membership means you can create few dynamic rules with the help of which, if a particular condition is meeting, user will be automatically added to a certain group. For example, we have a group of cloud administrators. So if job title says cloud administrator, Azure Entra ID or Microsoft Entra ID will automatically add that user to the cloud administrator group. So you can create few rules with the help of which Azure will add those users to the any group that you have created. Right. So there are 2 types of assignment, two types of assignment. Assigned membership, that means once you have created the group, you need to add users manually. All right. Dynamic means using some properties, user will automatically get added to the group. So that is the only difference between assigned and dynamic. Now in dynamic also we have two types over here: dynamic user and dynamic device. All right. So dynamic device is nothing but you will be having Windows laptop, you will be having Mac laptops, you will be having Linux machines. So if you want to segregate your devices from on the basis of operating systems, you can do that using dynamic device type of membership. All right. So assigned static, you just need to add manually. Dynamic, it will happen automatically just by looking into the properties. All right. So let me just go back to the portal. I'll just simply give you a demonstration how you can create a group. I'll click on new group over here. You can select whether you want to go with the security group or the Microsoft 365 group. So let's say we want to go with the security group. What is the group name? Let's go with Cloud Administrator. Okay, group description. This group, sorry. All right, whatever you want. And here is the membership type. Now it is grayed out. But if you have a premium P1, if you want to use dynamic membership, you need premium P1 at least. So if you see over here under somewhere where we have the group, and find group membership of something, you just find for that, and you'll be able to see the dynamic group membership. For dynamic group, I don't see it. Nothing. If I just search for membership. All right. So I know that if you want to use dynamic groups, you need at least premium P1. Okay. Now you need to go through each and every feature where it will be mentioned that in order to use the group assignment, here it is mentioned application. So in order to assign any application to a group, you need premium P1 or premium P2. Similarly, somewhere they might have mentioned if you want your user to be dynamically assigned, then you need premium P1 or premium P2. All right. So if you read through each and every feature, you'll get those features. You'll get that. Okay. So as of now, I have a free Microsoft Entra ID, so I cannot change from assigned. All right. One more option Microsoft has given to you is that you can assign owners to your group. Now, who can be the owner? Owner will have the full privilege over the Microsoft Entra ID group. That means whoever is the owner can add or remove the users from this particular group. Only this particular group. We covered, I told you that Microsoft Entra ID is a flat hierarchy. We do not have any hierarchy. So if I want someone to only manage a particular section, a particular organizational unit, it's not happening over here in Microsoft Entra ID. But Microsoft has given you another feature where you can assign an owner to the group, and that owner will be responsible to add or remove users from this particular group. All right. So it's just to segregate the different level of, you can say, different level of access over here. You can assign owner role to the team leader or the manager, and then that manager or team leader can add or remove that particular user. Right? While creating the group, if you want to assign members, you can assign members from here. So if I want to assign the user that we just we are logged in with, if you want this user to be part of this particular group, you can assign while creating the group itself, or you can do it later as well. Once you click on create, your group will be ready. And sometime you should see your group reflected over here. Okay. As of now, there's no members to this group. So this is the group that we created. I can click on that group and then I can add the members over here. All right. I can select the user. As of now, we only have one user, so I can select it, and that user will be part of group 01. All right. And then you can assign the roles and administrators as well. So this role will be given to this particular group. Okay. So that's about group management. The next topic that we have is licensing. Now, what is licenses? Licenses are nothing but the licenses that we just discussed, P1, P2. Apart from that, there are many products that we have from Azure, from Microsoft. There are many products that we have from Microsoft that you'll be buying, your company will be buying. All right. For example, Microsoft 365 license. So what do we get with Microsoft 365? We get access to the suite of services like Microsoft Teams, Microsoft OneDrive, SharePoint, Yammer, all those things, Excel, Microsoft Office, right? So all access we get when we buy license. So your company needs to buy the licenses from Microsoft. So if you have thousands of employees, you'll be buying those thousands of licenses, one for each employee. So how to assign those licenses to your employees? Right, that's what this topic is about. Now you can assign licenses to users as well as groups, right? So if group has 5 members, 5 licenses will be consumed. Instead of going to one user and assigning licenses to that particular user, you can simply assign licenses to the group. But again, you need the premium feature for that, either P1 or P2. Right, so you can gain that functionality either with P1 or a P2 license. So if you have P1, P2 license, then only you can assign licenses to the groups. Okay, so how to do that? It's quite simple. If I go back to the group over here or user over here, in order to assign licenses, I can select a particular user or you can select a group as well. Okay, if I scroll down over here, you should be able to see the licenses option. So from here, you can assign licenses to your users. All right. Same you can do with groups as well. If you go to the group section, you can assign licenses to the group, but obviously you need a premium feature for that. Okay. You can click on license and you can assign licenses to your users, to your group. And whoever is the member of this group will be able to get those licenses. Right. So I cannot select any since I don't have a premium license. So in order to assign licenses to your groups, you need to have Microsoft Entra ID P1 or P2. Okay. I'll go back to the users section in order to assign a license. But obviously you need to buy that product from Microsoft first. I don't have any product. I need to pay if I want to buy. If you see licenses and click on add licenses, these are the licenses available. So if you save all these licenses, all the licenses will be assigned to this user. Okay. Now it says failed. One thing I deliberately did it. One thing that you need to do before assigning any license to your user is you need to make sure that user under user properties, you have assigned the usage location. Okay. So where is the usage location? You need to find now. Maybe under job information. If you scroll down, you should see the usage location somewhere. So while creating the user, you have the usage location option. Now here I need to search for it. Yeah, this is the license. This is the usage location that needs to be provided, right, before assigning any license to your user. Okay, so this is updated now. Now you can go and you can assign the license, but obviously I don't have this licenses with me, so I cannot assign those licenses. You need to buy these licenses from Microsoft first, and then only you'll be able to assign those licenses. As you can see, all these licenses are paid license. I need to pay Microsoft in order to buy those licenses. Okay. All right, so that's about licenses. The last topic is demo, and I have already demonstrated all these slides. First of all, we did the user creation, how you can create a user, how you can manage the user. In order to manage the user, you can provide them the global admin right or the user access administrator right. You can provide them, the user profile is optional, not mandatory, but that data obviously is required. You'll be getting that data from your HR, all right? You can recover the deleted users within 30 days. Okay, so Microsoft retains your users for 30 days. After that, it will be automatically deleted, right? And you in Microsoft Entra ID, Microsoft keeps the log information, so you can analyze the logs if you want. We can do the bulk account updates. We can create group accounts. In group, we have two types of groups, security groups and Microsoft 365 groups. Security groups are used when you want to assign any kind of access to your users. Microsoft 365 groups are used for collaboration, like you want a single email address for multiple users. You want to create a Microsoft Teams channel. You want to create a SharePoint site for your users. So any Microsoft 365 tool that you want them to access, or you want them to create a single mailbox for multiple users, those kind of requirement, then you will be creating Microsoft 365 groups. You have two different assignment types, all right? Assigned and dynamic. So if you want to manually add all of your users to the group, you'll be using assigned membership type. If you want users to be automatically added, you'll be selecting dynamic membership type, all right? In dynamic, we have two types, for users and for device. Now, how the user will be automatically added? You can select the properties, all right? You can have any property, for example, the job title, the city where user belongs to. You can use any of the information from the profile. You can create a condition, and once the condition is matching, user will be automatically added to one of the group, whatever group you want them to be added to. Then you can add licenses, but in order to add licenses, you need to make sure you yourself have the license. You have bought the license from Microsoft in the first place. Once you have the license, then you can assign licenses to your users, right? What a guest user is, okay? So in Microsoft Entra ID, we have the option to invite external users. So what is extra? What do I mean by external user? External user are the users who are not part of your tenant, but you want to collaborate with them. Okay. So they are part of any other tenant or any other identity providers. So they just need an access to an email address. That's all. All right. So when you'll be inviting external users, just you want to collaborate with them. For example, you have a virtual machine in your subscription under Azure tenant. Under this tenant, you have a virtual machine, and you want someone from different tenant or from any other identity provider. You just want them to come to your tenant, access the VM, and do whatever their job is. So whenever you use it when you are collaborating with any other partner organization and they need access to your resources. So in that case, I can invite them to my tenant, and then I can assign whatever access is required. So that kind of scenario where this user is part of any other tenant or any other email providers like Gmail, Hotmail, or whatever, they should be part of the requirement. The basic requirement here is the user that you want to invite to your tenant should have an access to the email address. Okay, so they should have an email ID. So external user is not an user belonging to your tenant, but you can create an user object for that user by inviting them into your tenant, and then you can assign whatever access you want them to be. You want them to assign. You can add them in any group you want. All right. So it's quite simple when it comes to inviting or inviting any external user. So you just need an email address. So for example, I have one Gmail account. I just need an access to any of the email. It's not mandatory that you should be having a Gmail. You can have Hotmail. You can have any email ID, your company's email ID as well. All right. Now, if you see over here in Azure portal in Microsoft Entra ID, we do not have any external user over here. We only have users who are member users. These are not guest users. So what I'll do, I'll invite an external user from here, from this option. All right. Now, why you should be inviting? Because you want to collaborate. So let's say this root cloud AZ, the account that I'm using over here, is a developer, and I want this user to develop an application for me. So in order to develop an application for me, for my organization, I would be needing the developer would be needing an access to my resources, right? he would be needing an access to my development resources, my production resources, and all those things. So in order to provide the access, first of all, I need to have an object ID over here. So there are two ways. Either you can create a user or you can invite an external user. Now, in which case you will be creating user and will be inviting an external user. You will be creating an user when that user is working for you in the sense he has joined you full time. He has joined your organization full time. All right. If this root cloud AZ is a freelancer and I only want him to work for me until the application development is done. So in that scenario, I'll only invite that user for a certain period. After that, I can delete this user account. All right. So instead of creating a new user account for this user root cloud AZ, what I can do, I can invite him. Now, what is the difference over here? When you invite any external user, the management is at the identity provider. That means if user forgets the password, user need to reset their password using the Gmail option, not using our option. Okay. Inviting external user, you cannot manage that user. You can only delete that user. You can only modify the properties of that user. Apart from that, you cannot manage the password and all those things for that particular user. So inviting is quite simple. You click on invite external user and provide the email address to whom you want to invite. So I'll just provide this email address. Should be a valid email address where user can receive the email. Okay, so I've provided that. Display name, you can provide anything, whatever you want. And just send an invite message. Once that is done, properties assignment are same. If you want this user to be part of any group, you can assign that user directly to the group while creating the user. You can do that later as well. So I'm not going into those things, but it is the same thing that we saw while creating the users. All right. As of now, I'm not doing it. So I'll simply click on review plus invite and I'll click on invite. So once I click on invite over here, user should receive an email address from Microsoft Entra ID, right? And he should be accepting your invitation. Once user accepts your invitation, then only he will join your tenant. All right. So that is quite simple. You just invite the user using the email address. And once the user accepts the invitation, then you should see that under user section. Now, for some reason, it is failing. So what I'll do, I'll just refresh my portal. It's maybe because of token reactivation, or maybe I'm not able to communicate with Azure. Okay, so let's provide the email address over here. And then simply click on review create and click on invite. Or maybe I don't have proper access over here. Let's just see. If I just go to portal.azure.com, since I'm using Simplilearn credentials, might be the access is restricted. We can confirm that. If I go to Microsoft Entra ID, you can confirm that under properties, whether user can invite the external user or not. Sorry, not under properties, under user setting. You see, guest user access, guest users restrictions. So from here, you can provide the restrictions, and you can provide whether non-admin users can, whether guest users have the same access as members or not. So all these settings you can do from here. Okay. Under the properties, you can do those settings. Under the user settings, you can do those settings. So it's failing. I don't see any error over here, but it's because of the service connection. So might be I need to re-log in or something, or as of now might be something is down from the Entra ID thing or from the Gmail thing. Yeah. You see, I've already received an email over here, but here it's quite failing. So let's just confirm that by going to Entra ID, whether user is invited or not. It might be misleading from here. Yep, since you see email has already been triggered, but we have been misled by this notification. So behind the scenes, it is already all the email is already triggered. All right. You can see the user type over here, what type of user it is. It's a guest user, right? It's not a member. So guest user, we cannot change the password. If I click over here, you should not be able to change the password of the guest user. You see, this is not the home directory for this particular user, so you cannot change the password. Okay, so password is managed. Now, this is nothing but what we call as a federation. If you remember yesterday, I told you that federation is included with Microsoft Azure, so you don't need to do any extra setup. So here, what is happening? I have invited a Gmail account, right? I have invited a Gmail account. I have my own tenant over here. I have invited a Gmail account. So my tenant is trusting Gmail for the authentication for this particular user. So this is nothing but federated services. Okay, a simple example for federation. Now, if you do federation in your on-prem, it's quite a lot of tasks, lot of steps are involved. Here, it's out of the box. You just invite the email address, that's all. Right? Now, this user needs to accept the invitation first. So I need to go to this particular email and I need to accept the invitation from here. Let's not do that from here. I just copy the link and I open a incognito. All right. And once I open incognito, it will ask me to just provide the email address and the password of my Gmail account. All right. So it is asking me to enter the password. Now this password is my Gmail's password. Then authentication will be done by Gmail, not by Microsoft. Okay. Once I click yes over here, you see some permissions are required. If you accept, you will be landed to the same tenant. All right, now I can go to portal.azure.com and I'm part of the same tenant now. Now, once user object is created, you can assign whatever access you want. Okay, so I can go to Entra ID, I can search for Entra ID and go to the Entra ID from there. And you can see I'm part of the same tenant. Okay. I'm logged in with 2-3 different users over here. That's why it's giving me an issue. And if you see, there are a lot of emails that I have received. So probably behind the scenes, something is wrong. I accepted using this particular link. Let's try another link. What is the tenant ID? Let me just confirm the tenant ID. C568 something. Yep. So let's try accept the invitation from this link. Praveen is asking me to report the federation. Federation is like trusting other tenant for authentication. So here what we are doing, we have one tenant which we have created. We have invited user which belongs to Gmail. So authentication is where authentication is happening over here. Gmail is doing the authentication. Gmail will check whether the username and password is correct or not. And once it is done, then the login will be allowed. Okay. So that is nothing but federation where you are trusting other identity provider. No, that is not required, Prasanjit. Okay. So here, as you can see, now I'm part of this particular tenant. And you should see the tenant ID as well. It's same. If you see the users, you should see the ODL user as well. All right. Now I cannot see because of insufficient privileges. So Even the read access is not given to this user. So if you give the read access, then user will be able to see other users as well. All right. So this is how you can invite your user. You can confirm that by seeing over here. This is the tenant ID C568. If you go to the account where you have logged in from ODL user, here you can see the same thing. All right. So this is how external user works. So in the knowledge check, that is what the question: what type of user account allows an external organization to access your resources? So if you want any user from any other organization, if you want them to access the resources in your tenant, so what type of user account you should be, the question is what type of user account it should be, which can access, which user can access your resources from external organization. That means we have two different organizations over here, and I want users from one organization to access resources from another organization. So what type of user is it? It's nothing but the guest user. Okay. Subdomains also not required. Did you see whether I added the Gmail or anything? I did not, right? So it is federation out of the box. You don't need to add anything. I did not add any domains over here. You need to make sure that user that you're trying to invite should have access to the email ID. That's all. Okay. So that's about the guest users, right? Now, someone was asking me to show the dynamic thing, membership as well. So fortunately, I've got the access to the uh, premium Entra. Okay. So this is my personal account. So if I go to Microsoft Entra ID over here, in order to create a dynamic group, I'm showing you a demo of dynamic groups. All right. So this is a different tenant. If you see the license over here, what license I'm having as of now. Now this is not mine actually. This is my friend's. Okay, so since you ask, I called my friend and get an access to the premium P2. Got an access to the premium P2. Okay, so this is the license type, Microsoft Entra ID P2. Now with P2, you can create dynamic groups as well. So I'm just showing you a simple demo where you can create dynamic groups and you can add users automatically. All right, so quickly let's create a user. So here you should see the users, different users over here, which belongs to my friend, and I can click on create new user. I can give it a name. You see different domains. So he also has access to different domains over here. So it doesn't matter how many domains do you have. If you have added that as a custom domain, you should see the list over here. This is what I was explaining earlier while creating the user. Okay. So I'll stick to Azure services.in and I'll just name it whatever. So let's name it test user. All right. Same I'll keep as a display name. Okay. Now, in order to use dynamic membership, I need to make sure that I have some kind of properties over here. So let's make use of the city. So let's consider that this user belongs to Mumbai. All right. And then assignment, if you want to assign it to any group or anything, but we are seeing the dynamic group membership over here. So I'm not assigning directly from here. If I assigned this user to any group, this is the assigned membership. This is not the dynamic membership. Okay, dynamic membership, it should happen automatically. You should not be assigning the user to any group, right? And last review create. So a user will be created with the name test user. So if everything is okay, you should see the test user over here. All right, you need to refresh quite a few times and you should be seeing the test user. Here you see the test user. If you go to the test user and you see the membership, he is not part of any groups as of now. All right, now let's create a group now. So if I go over here, I create a groups. I click on new group over here and I name it. Let's keep it simple, dynamic group. Any name you can provide. Okay. Now you see the membership type here, assign dynamic user, dynamic device. So I'll go for dynamic user since we are creating an group for user. If you are creating a group for device, you should keep it as device. Okay. I'm creating it for user, so let's keep it user. And then you need to add a query, a dynamic query. On the basis of that query, user will be added to this group. Okay, you see here we don't have any option to add the user directly. In assigned membership, you should be having an option to add the members. In dynamic, you do not have that option. You have the option to create a query. Okay, so I'll create a query over here, and my query would be, if in the property city is equals to Mumbai, this is my query. If user city is equal to Mumbai, then add that user to this particular group. So if I create the group, you just wait for a few minutes and the user should automatically be added to that group. So if I go to the users over here, if I click on test user, and if I click on groups over here, in some time you should see that the group is added over here automatically. I did not add it. I just provided the query. Okay. If you wait for some time, 5 minutes or something, won't take 5 minutes, but yeah, just need to refresh quite a few times. And this user will be added to that group. We can verify, cross verify by going to the groups as well. So this, if I go to the group and if I search for, what was the name of group? Dynamic group, right? So if I click on the dynamic group, under manage, under members, you should see that user. So you see test user automatically added. We did not add that user, right? If I go back to, we can cross verify by going to the users again and select test user and then select the membership, select the groups over here, and you should see is automatically added to dynamic group. All right. So that's how you can make use of dynamic membership as well. Now, since this does not belong to me, I'll simply click on remove membership. Yeah, I cannot remove it since it's a dynamic one. I'll go back to the user. I'll delete the user. Make sure that it is deleted from the deleted users as well. Since this is not my tenant, I'm deleting it, whatever I have created. I go back to the group. All right, and I select the group and delete it. Right, so delete groups will be automatically deleted. You don't have the option to permanently delete them. So that's about dynamic membership and inviting the guest users. Let's start a new topic of governance. So now we are on the second part of identity and access management. So far we have understood what identity is. Okay, what is an identity? Is nothing but a user account, you can say, or a group account, you can say. All right. Now we are coming to the second part. All right. Now what is that second part? That is the governance. What is governance? Governance is nothing but restricting your users from doing something. For example, we have laws in our country, right? In the land, we have some laws that we need to follow. Similarly, when you join any organization, they will restrict you from doing something. They'll allow you to do something, right? For example, when you join a new company, if you join as a virtual machine administrator, you should only be able to do the virtual machine related task. You should not be touching databases. If you're joining as a database administrator, you should only be doing the database related task. You should not be touching anything else. If you join as a network administrator, you will be doing the network related thing, right? If I don't do any kind of restriction, and if I create a user and all the users are having same kind of access, what problem can occur? If you do not implement governance properly, I have, let's say, 2 users in my company. I do not have governance. This user has similar kind of access. This user has similar kind of access. If I do not have governance, now here I'm taking only example of 2 people, but you'll be having thousands of employees. If you do not do governance, governance is nothing but access control mechanism, access control management. If you do not do that, what could go wrong? Anyone can access anything. For example, you have a prod server, and let's say these guys join Simplilearn AZ 104 course as of now. So they just want to try. If you do not implement governance, what is the possibility over there? They can log into the prod server. They can try whatever they have seen in the class. And once they try that on production server, there is a possibility that your prod application will go down. So if you do not restrict your users, then these are the possibilities, and you may lose your business. All right, you may lose some amount if your production service is down for that, but for more than 4-5 hours, and if you have SLAs to give to your, if you have given SLAs to your end users, they might sue you. Right, so we need to have restrictions in place. Okay, we need to make sure that only users who required proper access, only users who required access, they have the proper access. You need to make sure that they have the limited access, they do not have the full access. So how to achieve all those things? So that can be achieved using governance and compliance. So what is covered in this topic? Regions, subscriptions, what is resource group, what is the service limit, what is hierarchy in Azure, what are tags, how you can optimize cost, what is Azure policy, what is role-based access control, and resource logs. So what is a region? When it comes to cloud computing, regions are nothing but physical data center. Okay, every cloud provider have created lots of data centers all across the world, and they call those data centers as region. So region is nothing but collection of data center. Now, what is a data center? That might be the question. So I don't know if you know or not. So if you search for data center, this is what data center is. This is how it looks like. Yeah, these are all the different data centers. You can search for Microsoft data center as well, and you should see the image. Okay, so what is a data center? It's a huge room where you have your servers. These are nothing but your racks. Okay, inside the rack, you'll be having all the computing devices, your servers, your routers, your databases, all those things. So what these cloud providers have done, they have gone to each part of the world, and they have created this big data centers. So for example, if I take an example of India. So in India, Azure is having 3 regions. One in Central India, one in West India, and one in South India. So this is the name that Azure has provided. All right. So in Central India, Azure is having multiple data centers. Same goes for West India, same goes for South India. So the collection of data center is nothing but a region. All right. So region is just the physical location where Azure has its data center. Okay. Now, which region you should be using when you are deploying your resources? So you should be deploy resource to your nearest region. Now, what are the resources I'm talking about? Well, why do you need the cloud computing in the first place? Why do we need cloud computing? So cloud computing is a way of delivery of computing resources over the internet. Right? So why do we need the computing resources? To host our application. So if I want to host my application, in order to host an application, you need a server. That server will be physically present somewhere, right? So that will be present in one of the data center. So when I deploy application using Azure portal or any other way, that application is physically hosted somewhere. Although I can access that application using the internet connectivity, but that application physically is going and get deployed in one of the data center. Right now, where you should be deploying it, you can deploy it anywhere, wherever the region is available, wherever that Microsoft or any other data center, any other cloud provider has their region. You can put your data or your application over there. All right. Now, if you do not have cloud computing, and let's say you want to serve your users sitting in United States, your user base is in United States. Does it make sense to deploy and keep your server in India? Your user are connecting to your application and your user base is United States. So if I ask my user sitting in United States to connect my application and I'm hosting my application in India, what possibly issues we can face? We can face latency issues, right? Going via US, going from US to India, there would be latency issues and my application will not behave properly. So at the end, what issue will be having? Our application is not working properly when user are trying to access it. So this is not the best practice, I would say. So what you will be doing, you will be deploying your resources in United States itself. So you need to deploy your resources closest to your user base. Where is your user base? If it's in India, deploy your resources in India. If it's in US, deploy your resources in US. Okay. So it provides you the flexibility and scalability so you can deploy anywhere you want. But the recommended way is to deploy it closest to your user. Wherever your user is, deploy closer to them. Okay. It preserves data residency. So if you have any compliance requirement where you need to have your resources only in India, so deploy it in India. Azure will not transfer the data beyond India. Okay. Global services. So with the help of cloud computing, we can deploy services anywhere. So any user from any part of the world can access my application. So if I have user base all around the world, what I can do, I can have one instance of my application in India, one instance in US, one instance in Australia. Wherever you have your user base, you can deploy your application if data center is present over there. All right. All the regions are paired with each other just to make sure that you are not losing your data, just to make sure that you can achieve high availability. Okay, so in order to achieve high availability, we need to make sure we have more than one instances which are deployed. All right, so this is the link from where you can access the Azure Globe, where you can see all the regions, all the available region. Yep, so you see these are the regions. You can also see the map instead of globe. It is quite heavy application. I mean, it will utilize you a lot of resources. So it's better to go to the map instead of globe. If you see over here, these are all the regions, the global compliance and all. Okay, so you can see all the regions wherever we have the regions. So if you see India over here, you have Central India, you have South India, and somewhere here you should have West India, but it's not visible because Central India and West India are quite nearer to each other. And this is the new region that they have announced, India South Central. It's still not up, but it will come up soon as per them. Okay. Now there are a lot of regions. How many regions they have? I don't have a proper answer, but if you count, you should see, or if you go to Microsoft documentation, you should see. Okay. So as of now, I don't know when was this updated. So if I just search for it, as of now, it's showing as 60 regions. So we have 60 regions, 60 plus as per Copilot. Right? So you have 60 regions around the globe. So if you go to any of the Microsoft documentation, you should get an exact answer. Okay, so if you read the documentation from Microsoft, somewhere you should get an exact answer if they have mentioned, right? And the last point that I mentioned over here is region pair. So every region is paired with another region just to make sure that your data is not lost. Okay, so if you see India, Central India, West India, and South India, all these regions are paired with each other. So Central India is paired with South India. Central India again is paired with West India. And then West India is paired with South India. Right, so these are all the regions which are paired with each other. Now, why Azure has done that? So we need to make sure that what happens. Let's see, if I'm deploying my application in Central India, so this application goes on Central India. Central India is nothing but Pune. So in Pune's data center, my application is being hosted. Now, if there's some natural calamities or there is some power failure in the data center, what is going to happen to my application? Even though you are using cloud computing, your application will go down since physically the data center is not available. If data center is not available, I cannot access my application. So you could lose business if you're making money from your application. So in order to avoid that, what you can do, you can deploy one instance in Central India, one instance in South India. So if Central India goes down, you can route your traffic to South India. So that's why they have made a paired region. So every region is paired with another region, just to make sure. So you can have high availability. You can design high availability. By default, there will not be high availability. You need to design it. Right. So if you're planning to design high availability, you need to deploy one instance over here, one instance in the second region. So if one region, entire region or a data center is going down, you still have your application up and running from another region. All right. So that's why if you just go ahead and see all the regions are paired with each other. South Africa, we have two regions, north and west. So they are paired. China, we have multiple regions, so they are paired with each other. Okay. It's been paired so that you can design it by deploying multiple instances. It's not by default. If I only select one instance and if I'm deploying over here, by default, Azure is not replicating your data. Okay, by default, it will not do that when it comes to the resources. Now we have understood what regions are. So regions are nothing but the physical location, physical data centers. Whatever data center Azure has created, Microsoft has created, you can deploy your application or your resources over there. All right. Now, in order to deploy your resources, first of all, you need Azure subscription. If you do not have subscription, you cannot deploy any resource. Now, understand the difference over here between tenant and subscription. So you have an Azure tenant with you. That tenant is nothing but a dedicated instance to your organization. All right. Tenant is a dedicated instance to your organization. With tenant, what I'm getting a directory where you can create your users, you can manage your users, you can modify your users, you can delete your users. You can create thousands of users as per your as per your plan, as per your addition, your Active Directory, your Microsoft Entra ID addition. All right. But these users will not be able to deploy resources unless you buy an Azure subscription. So in order to deploy resources, I need the subscription in place. If I don't have the subscription, I cannot deploy any resources. All right. Now let me just give you a quick overview on the portal itself. If I go to the portal and if I search for subscription now, you see, if I click on subscription over here. So this is the subscription that Simplilearn has already bought. I need to have this subscription. If I don't have the subscription, I cannot deploy the resource. So let me just show you a quick example. I click on disks over here. I search for disk. I'm just showing you that I have the subscription. If I have the subscription, I am being landed to this particular page and I can create a resource. So disk is nothing but a resource over here. You consider this as your hard disk. Okay. Now, the third option that it is asking is a region. So I can deploy it anywhere I want. If you scroll down, you have options to all the regions. Right. So let's select whatever you want. If I want India, I can search for India. So these are the three regions we have in India. So I can select whatever region I want. Once I have selected the region, I can change the size just to make sure that I'm not being charged. Any resource you deploy, you'll have to pay. All right. So that's why I'm getting very low resource. And I click on review create. And then I click on create. So my resource is getting deployed. See here, you just need to understand that I can deploy resource. Now, why I can deploy resource? Because I have access to the subscription. If I do not have subscription, I will not be able to deploy the resource. So here, your takeaway is you just need to understand here that in order to deploy any resource, you need to have subscription in place. All right. Now so you see resource is deployed now. This is the resource that I have deployed. Now let's go back to the Entra ID and create a user. Do we have user 01 or I deleted it? So if I go back to the deleted users. Yeah, so let's restore user 01. And let's try to log in with user 01. Okay. So I just copy the user principal name. I go to the incognito window. I sign out from my root cloud account and I log in from the user 01 account that we created, right? So I'm just using the user 01 name, clicking on next, and I'm providing the password. So what I'm trying to show you over here is that can user 01 deploy a resource? So if I search for disks, I'm searching the same resource that I deployed with other user. But as you can see, I search for disk, but I have been landed or I have been redirected back to this page. If I search for virtual machine, if I click on it, I'm again coming back to this page. Why is that so? Because this user does not have access to subscription. So in order to deploy resources, you need subscription in place. If you do not have subscription, you cannot deploy any resource. Whatever resource you search for, you won't be able to deploy it since we do not have the subscription over here. Whatever resource I select. You see, I'm landed back to the same page. Okay. So you need to deploy the in order to deploy the resources, we need access to the subscriptions. What is the subscription? Subscription is nothing but the billing boundary where Azure will charge you. So doesn't matter what resource you are deploying, Azure will charge you by seeing at your consumption, right? An example of if you want if you want to use electricity, you need the connection to you need to apply for the connection and then you get your get electricity delivered to your home, right? And then whatever you'll be using, they'll see how they see that you have a meter. So they take the reading every month and then send you the bill. Right. So similarly, here Azure will provide you the subscription, and whatever you will be whatever your usage is, according to your usage, you'll have to pay. So what is subscription? Subscription is nothing but the billing boundary. You can have as many subscriptions as you want. There's no limitation, right? You can deploy resources into your subscription, and according to your usage, Azure will charge you. Got it? Now, what are the different types of subscription and where you can get the subscription? So yesterday I showed you how you can create a free tier account. So one of the type of subscription is free tier. Another type is pay as you go. Free tier will give you just 30 days of free credit and you can use those credit for 30 days. All right. Pay as you go is like the amount of resources you are deploying. According to that, you'll be charged. So pay as you go. According to your consumption, you'll be paying. Right. Another type of subscription is cloud service partners. So you can buy subscription from Microsoft partners, right? From them you can buy the subscription, and if you're buying and if you're using a lot of resources, they could provide you the offers as well. Enterprise subscription, again you can get that from enterprise agreement with Microsoft. You can go on an enterprise agreement with Microsoft. So if you become Microsoft partner, they'll give you an enterprise level of subscription. All right. And the other one is student. All right. So these are the types of subscription. And where to get this subscription from? You can directly buy it from Microsoft by going into an enterprise agreement. You can buy it from resellers. There are various cloud resellers that's mentioned over here. Cloud selling partner or cloud services partner. You can buy it from Microsoft partners as well, or you can create your personal free account. Okay, so these are the 4 different ways of buying a subscription. Now, if you want to enroll for the pay as you go or free subscription, you can do that from here only. If I go back to the page, the portal where I have logged in from user 01, you see the first option that you're getting over here is nothing but start with an Azure free trial. So if you're eligible, you can create a free trial. But again, you need a credit card. You need to provide the credit card, and you need to provide a email address that you have not used earlier. All right. So I can click on start, and it will take me to the start page. And from here, I can create a free tier account. Right. This is the free tier. Apart from that, what other subscriptions you can buy? Yep. You can access student benefits as well. So if you're a student, you need to provide your student account, but only certain universities who are partner with Microsoft, only for them you get the student benefits, right? It's not for all the universities. It's only for few universities, right? Apart from that, if I go over here and if I search for subscription, you can add from Azure portal as well. So if you search for subscription over here, you'll be landed to this page. And in this page, you can click on add and you can add a subscription. Right, so there are different types of subscription. You see free trial, pay as you go, Azure for students. You can explore our other offers as well. So Azure provides Azure Pass sponsorship. You need to buy this from Microsoft partners. Okay. So these are the different types from where you can, these are the different ways from where you can get the subscription. All right. So subscription is nothing but the billing boundary. In order to deploy any resource, you need to have subscription in place. If you do not have subscription, you cannot deploy the resource. All right. Now I created the disk, so let me just delete that disk first. Otherwise, it will incur the charges. So what I'll do, I'll just delete the resource that I just created. All right. So let's go back to the page where we are discussing. All right. So the next topic that we have is resource group. Right. In Azure, we have something called as resource group. So resource group is nothing but a logical container where you can keep your resources. Now, what are the resources? Resources are nothing but virtual machine, your storage account, your SQL databases, your virtual network, your disk that we just created. So these are nothing but the resources. The resources are the actual resources that you're deploying. What is virtual machine? It's nothing but a server where your application will be hosted. You have storage account where you can keep your files. You have databases where you can create a tabular format databases, your schema, right? So where we keep all these resources. So in order to keep all these resources, you can create a resource group first. Inside that resource group, you can create all the resources that you want. Okay. Now, why do we have this concept of resource group? It's a good concept. It's a resource group is something that which is not physical. You can physical in the sense which is not tangible. It's just a logical resource. All right. So it's just a metadata where your resources will be, you can keep your resources. It's like grouping your resources together. Now, why do we need to create a resource group? To separate your instances. So you can use resource group in any format you want. For example, you're distinguishing your resources from the environment type. Like for example, all the production related resources will be in one resource group. All the development environment related resources will be in development resource group. All the testing resources will be in test resource group. So you can separate your resources like that, or whatever strategy you want to follow, you can follow those strategies. For example, all the resources in India should belong to one resource group. All the resources in US should belong to one resource group. Or you can follow all the resources, similar type of resources, like all the virtual machine belongs to one resource group. All the network belongs to one resource group. So you can follow whatever you want. So resource group is just the way to keep your resources together. All right. However you want to deploy it, however you want to use it, you can use it. Now there are a few points that you need to understand over here. What are those points? Resources can exist only in one resource group. That means at a time, one resource can part of only one resource group. That means this virtual machine can belong to one resource group at a time. You can move resources between resource group, but at a time, one resource is part of one resource group only. So this VM will be under resource group 01. Cannot be under two different resource groups. Okay. So RG01 is a resource group. Under that resource group, we have VM1. Now I can move VM1 from one resource group to another. That is possible. But at a particular point in time, one VM will only reside in one resource group, not two resource groups. All right. You can have different types of resources in one resource group. Like you have a VM over here, you have a storage, you have a SQL, you have a network, you have disks. So different types of resources can be part of one resource group. There's no limitation on that, right? Once you have created the resource group, there's no way to rename the resource group. So if I have given the resource group name as RG02, I cannot rename it. That's not possible. All right. As of now, we don't have that feature. That is a limitation as of now. All right. And you can move resources from one resource group to another. So I can move this VM from one resource to another, one resource group to another. That is possibility. All right. So what is a resource group? It's just a logical container which will keep your resources. So you can keep any type of resources inside the resource group. Now, what is the advantage of having a resource group? So it will help you to manage your resources efficiently. So in case, for example, I'm creating a resource group for demo purpose today. And I'm deploying hundreds of resources just for testing, just for demo purposes. I'm doing testing. But if I forgot to delete these resources, what is going to happen? I'll have to pay to Microsoft because I'm utilizing their resources. So I'll have to pay them. So what can I do at the end of the demonstration or at the end of the testing? If I'm only doing the testing, I can simply delete this resource group, and whatever we have inside that resource group will get deleted. So I don't need to go one by one to each and every resource and delete them. I can simply delete resource group and all the resources will be deleted over here. So what is a resource group? It's nothing but a logical container provided by Microsoft Azure, which helps you to organize and manage your resources so you can keep any resource that you want. You can divide your resources. You can create resource group on the basis of environment like production, development, test, or you can create on the basis of country, maybe all the US related resources will be in one resource group. All the India related resources will be in one resource group. Or you can do on the basis of resources, like all the VMs will be in one resource group. However you want, however your management team or you decides, you will be keeping your resources like that, right? What happens? It is nothing but a logical grouping, resource group. Resources within the resource group can be managed collectively, right? That means if I delete the resource group, all the resources inside that resource group will be deleted. So it is helpful to do the testing, right? I am doing the testing, so I'm deploying lots of resources, and at the end of testing, once my testing is done, I simply delete the resource group. To all the resources will be deleted.
So what is a Microsoft Azure certification? Microsoft Azure certification encompasses a series of over a dozen credentials designed for professionals in cloud computing or those aspiring to enter the field. Azure is an approach that enables you to innovate rapidly by using cloud-native architectures with loosely coupled microservices, managed databases, AI, DevOps support, and many others. So there are 4 levels of Microsoft Azure certification: fundamental level, associate level, expert level, and specialty level. So the first one is fundamental level, ideal for non-technical individuals starting in cloud computing and cloud professional at the beginning of their career. The next is associate level certification, best suited for candidates with a solid understanding of Azure basics. The third one is expert level certification, designed for those with a strong cloud background, including associate level certification and hands-on experience. The fourth one is specialty certification, focus on specific areas such as Azure IoT Developer, Specialty, and Azure for SAP workloads. So now let's discuss why to pursue an Azure certification. So in the dynamic world of cloud computing, obtaining a certification in platform like Microsoft Azure is a strategic career move. So here are several reasons to pursue an Azure certification. The first one is industry recognition and credibility. The second one is alignment with industry trends. The third one is diverse career opportunities. The fourth one is increased employability and job security. The fifth one is career advancement and higher earning potential. So now move forward and discuss top Azure certification path as per the designation. As you can see this chart, we have three types of levels in certification: expert level, fundamental levels, and associate level. So now let's discuss one by one. So first one is fundamentals level certification. So in this first we have Microsoft certified Azure Fundamental AZ900. The course fundamentals is designed to teach you the foundational concept of Azure. Crafted by AZ900 certified expert, this course aligns perfectly with the Azure fundamental exam syllabus. The exam format is multiple choice questions, exam duration is 45 minutes, and the cost for this exam is $99. Please note that certification which we are discussing in this video might be discontinued in the future, or their syllabus can be changed. And the second one in fundamentals is Microsoft certified Azure AI Fundamentals, AI 900. The AI 900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental course is designed to help you learn machine learning and artificial intelligence. This certification is intended for you if you have both technical and non-technical background. Data science and software engineering experience are not required. Exam format is MCQ and exam duration is 45 minutes. The cost for this exam is $99. Next, we have associate level certification. So first one on the list is Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate, AZ104. As an Azure administrator, you often serve as a part of a larger team dedicated to implementing an organization's cloud infrastructure. You also coordinate with other roles to deliver Azure networking, security, database, application, development, and DevOps solution. The skills covered are managing Azure identities and governance, implementing and managing storage, configuring and managing virtual networking, deploying and managing Azure compute resources. Exam format is multiple choice questions and exam duration is 100 minutes. The cost for this exam is $165. The second one we have AZ500, Azure Security Engineer Associate. In this, you implement, manage, and monitor security for resources in Azure, multi-cloud, and hybrid environments. As a part of an end-to-end infrastructure, you recommend security components and configuration to protect the following: identity and access, data, application, networks. Your responsibilities as an Azure security engineer include managing the security posture, identifying and remediating vulnerabilities. Exam format is multiple choice question, exam duration is 100 minutes, and the cost for the exam is $165. The next we have AZ204, Azure Developer Associate. You are responsible for participating in all the phases of development, including requirements gathering, design, development, deploying, security maintenance, performance tuning, and monitoring. You should be proficient in Azure SDK, data storage options, data connection, APIs, app authentication, and authorization. As a candidate, you should have at least 2 years of professional development experience and experience with Azure. Exam format is multiple choice question, exam duration is 100 minutes, and the cost for the exam is $165. The third one we have expert level certification. So the first one is we have Microsoft Certified DevOps Engineer Expert, AZ400. As a DevOps engineer, you are a developer or infrastructure administrator who also has subject matter expertise in working with people, processes, and products to enable continuous delivery of value in an organization. Your responsibilities for this role include delivering Microsoft DevOps solutions that provide continuous security, integration, testing, delivering, deployment, monitoring, and feedback. You must have experience both administrating and developing in Azure with strong skills in at least one of these areas. You should also have experience implementing both GitHub and Azure DevOps solution. The exam format is multiple choice questions. Exam duration is 150 minutes and the cost for the exam is $165. The second one, we have Microsoft Certified Azure Solution Architect Expert AZ305. Your responsibility for this role include advising stakeholders and translating business requirements into design for Azure solution that align with the Azure well-architected framework and cloud adoption framework for Azure. In this role, you implement solution on the Azure by partnering with various other job roles, including developers, administrators, security engineer, data engineer. So as a candidate for this certification, you should have advanced experience and knowledge of IT operation, including networking, virtualization, identity, security, business continuity, disaster recovery, data platform, and governance. You should manage how decisions in each areas affect an overall solution. Exam format is multiple choice question. Exam duration is 160 minutes and the cost for this exam is $165. So as we conclude our Azure certification roadmap, we have covered the significance of Azure certification and delve into the fundamentals, associate and expert level.
So thanks for joining Simplilearn's course on Azure. These skills are valuable and in high demand. If you like this video, do like, share and subscribe for more videos from Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.